On both Twitch and YouTube. My apologies to everybody for the confusion there. My internet, the router does some funky stuff sometimes, and it'll reset itself in an unfortunate moment at certain points during the day. So
I can confirm they're both back now.
All right. Yeah, for YouTube, I typically need to stop streaming and then start streaming again so that it creates a second instance of it. Because when I hit start streaming, it's going to create a YouTube video, basically. And if that YouTube video loses connection, it doesn't really know how to get it back. So, really quickly, I will have to go and get that fixed up. But apologies to YouTube people. And apologies to, well, everybody involved, but especially YouTube. Okay, well. I guess that's a good stopping point, though, because that means that this VOD is going to start right as soon as the VOD reviews do. So people who are just looking for those will be able to jump straight to it.
Excellent.
Anyway. Patches out,
Perfectly fine.
apparently. Server maintenance said that it was going to happen in an hour, but I will close the software and go back into it to see if I can get this to initiate. Options, software updates. You are using the latest version. Okay, it says for me that it's gonna the server maintenance is gonna happen at 7, which is 55 minutes from now for me. So I'm assuming that's when the patch is gonna go. Yeah, 1 hour from now. Okay. Everyone's saying that's happening now. I'm like, yeah, there's an indicator on screen that it's going to happen in an hour. I don't know where else everyone's getting that information. Okay. Well, hello, everybody.
Hello.
Sorry for the delay on that, but we are going into VOD reviews now. Do you guys have, was it replay codes or was it a video?
Oh, we have a video. I can also give you a replay code just in case you want a different perspective. But I'll be getting that shortly. 4 or 5.
Woo. Okay, that got a little loud on my end. I'm gonna have to turn that down. I'm also gonna work on getting Awesome K910 into our VC here. They'll be joining in just a second. Okay.
And I apologize. I say one slightly naughty word during this.
Gasp.
I didn't intend for this to be the one, but turned out to be the one.
We'll be okay. Our ears will not bleed.
I just noticed that the team we DC'd against is the team we practice against in the replay.
Yeah. 2 of them tried to get in on the game, and they were successful, unfortunately.
Interesting. All right. So, I think we've got everything live on OBS now. I need to just get this screen shared to you guys. So there's that. And I'm going to... I don't see Awesome K910 in the VC yet, but when they show... Oh, here they are. Hello.
I am real now.
You are very, very quiet.
Oh, wait. Let me see something. I'm gonna mute for a second so I can turn my mic playing.
All right, sounds good. So we'll start off here. First of all, a little bit of background about the team, because I know I got some in a DM. I haven't had a chance to look over all of it yet. But, okay, so everyone is S+, Quaff believes. This was a scrim against a friendly team. I heard that they are div, is that 4? 4, yeah.
Oh, so did I type 4? I meant 8.
Okay, yeah, so IV would be 4, 8 would be V with 3 I's, so. All right, Div 8 then.
Oh, right. My brain was thinking about them backwards, as if 4 was less than 8. Oh, I mean, it is, but you understand.
Sure, we'll go with that. So, Div 8 or so Scrim. We're playing Rainmaker Scorch Gorge, which is unfortunate. I do feel for you. And okay, and there's the replay code as well. And you guys are all seeing this okay in Discord?
Yep.
Okay. Div 4 times 2, yeah, of course.
I think those would probably be pretty good ones.
Let me just double check the audio level on this to make sure it's not like blasting people's eardrums.
This. Is it better?
Single out for...
Yes, I am hearing you a little bit better there. Okay.
I'm also just quiet, though.
Yeah. But that's okay. Welcome, Awesome K910. We are done with the section where we were doing Anarchy Open, unfortunately, but we will still have plenty of time to do the VOD review. We just got started with the VOD review for Quaff and Quaff's team. What's the name of your team, by the way? What's your team name?
Ouroboros.
Ouroboros, okay. So we'll be doing that VOD review, and then we'll be right on to Awesome K910 after that. And then I'll have a lesson with Sky Song after that, and we'll probably talk about patch notes sometime, in the future, eventually, maybe between lessons. I don't know. I'll figure it out. So here we go.
The review.
I guess I'll move the chair because it's kind of blocking stuff here. One sec. Okay. Second chair is gone. What does Div 8 mean was a question in chat. We're talking about Ludy divisions. Ludy, L-U-T-I, is Leagues Under the Ink. It is a league where you get placed with teams of a similar skill level to you, and you play a round robin of best of 9 sets once per week. Ludy is very, very large and widespread. It is something that a very large amount of the Western competitive scene is a part of. And so Ludy divisions are a way that people will often kind of try to describe the rough skill level of their team so that they can find, for example, scrims at a similar skill level. Ludy divisions don't mean everything, and they're not intended to be used in quite the way that they often are as just kind of a de facto measurement of the team's skill. But it is a very good kind of approximation that gives you something more objective than just, oh yeah, they're really good, because that doesn't mean anything. So there are 12 divisions currently. The top one is Division X, and then right below Division X is Division 1, then 2, then 3, and it goes all the way down to Division 11, which is the lowest. Now, typically, like, the bottom ones, like 9 through 11 or something, are teams where they just don't have a lot of data on them, and sometimes they're just placing them there like, I think this team's name seems cooler, and that's why I'm putting them there, or, something like that. Maybe they get the team's ranks or something like that, and they're guessing based on that, but that's the rough area we're expecting them. So this would be considered, by the community's kind of arbitrary classifications. This would be considered like low level. Mid level would be maybe like Div 4 through Div 6 or something like that, and then high level would be maybe like Div 2 through Div X. And I know I left out some of the divisions in there, but those are kind of borderline. So hopefully that gives you a little bit more understanding of that. Okay. So Rainmaker Scorch Gorge. Right. We are working with. Okay, so we've got. So was it your backliner specifically that wasn't here for the Anarchy Open?
Yes.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. Like, for example, why there was always one spot that we kept leaving open to let someone move in and score. It's because your backliner wasn't watching it. And they'd probably usually do that, and so we're probably used to not having to watch that ourselves. So it does not surprise me, actually, that that's the way that worked. So we've got Hydra, and then we've got Zap, Splash, 52. So can't complain too much about short-range shooters. Zap is typically a niche pick. It's usually something people will go for on, like, Rainmaker specifically, for the extra utility that you get with Tactical, or when you can move faster with the Rainmaker. So this is the place that I would play it, but it sounds like we're playing it in more than just Rainmaker. So hopefully we're pretty used to how to use it effectively by now. Other team is coming out with a Splash, which is zero surprise whatsoever. Then everything else is actually very passive. We've got a Squeezer, we've got a Range Blaster, which is going to have to work its way in fairly slowly, and we've got a Tri-Stringer. Wow, that took me way too long. This is not going to be fun for your Hydra. The Hydra has to worry about a lot of members of their team. The Blasters are one of a Hydra's worst matchups because they can hit up over the top of ledges, just like Sloshers and Rollers. Anything that can get underneath that ledge that the Hydra's trying to stand on top of and shoot up over the top of it is a danger to the Hydra. And the Tri-Stringer is another weapon that causes that same kind of pressure. Something else to worry about is the Squeezer, which for one thing can put up a wall, which will help it take a few shots before it has to dip out, even against Hydra DPS. And the thing about the Squeezer is that it's so long ranged that a lot of the time it can just kind of shark backliners. It can like wait until the backliner is looking at something else and then be in range to just kind of snipe it off of its perch without having to like expose itself too far forward to the enemy front line. So all of those things are going to be a little bit challenging for Rate C to deal with. Or is it Ralt C? Rate C? Ralt C? I can't quite read whether that's a lowercase I or a lowercase L. Okay. I thought I got my mic turned off there or something for a second.
Sorry, I responded, but I was muted. We just call him Riz.
Riz, okay. So it's going to be challenging for the Hydra. We need to keep all of those weapons off it. But they're not going to be able to push very fast because the Squeezer is going to have a wall, so it's not going to be able to like poke forward with bombs and then run in with the area that's displaced. It's going to need to set up the wall, set up shop, take some shots, and move people out of the way with the main weapon before it's able to move forward. Range Blaster is very slow and very ink dependent, so it needs paint in front of it before it can do that much. Splash is the best weapon at pushing forward, but when it pops special, it's a backliner. When it pops special, you're basically looking at like a Hydra Explo cross. So once it pops Crab, the entire rest of the enemy team is going to be fairly passive. It's probably going to be like some weird combination of the Squeezer and the Range Blaster trying to poke their way in to be able to get stuff done. So you'll have a little bit of time to respond if you're down in numbers, but you are able to send at least a few people to defend. Because you can make it take a pretty long time for them to actually get forward in this comp. Whereas you guys, if you get a fast break, if you get like a few down, you can just kind of hold forward at them, and that will let you snowball the game forward a little bit more quickly. Maybe a little bit less so because there's a Hydra in the game, but otherwise, yeah, like all of those weapons are capable of just running at people, and you've got the Tacticooler to let you run at people even faster. So I kind of like your comp a little better, but the problem is that your comp is very easy to kill for their comp. They have a lot of range, and they have a lot of the ability to poke at the Hydra and keep them out of play. So if you win fights, you're going to be able to push that advantage faster. The challenge is going to be winning those fights. And pressing the spacebar did not make it unpause. Okay, there we go. We're back. So here we go.
They're gonna get back.
So yeah, if we're gonna go for pop, the faster way is gonna be dropping off on the right. That's the quicker way to get there. This is more, you know, a more roundabout way to do it. So if they're gonna rush the shield here, they're gonna get there first. Now you guys probably could have gone for it. You have the same number of bombs, and you have more DPS than them, given that they have a blaster on their side. But pop on this map isn't the most important thing. It helps, but not by as much as it does on some other maps. It's still not super duper safe to just traverse mid off of this pop because of the way that the ink falls. So, not the end of the world.
They have one right side.
This is a long time that we are standing and firing in one place. If you're missing shots, you're either firing to paint, or you should just get into squid form and move. You don't want to stay with your feet planted for too long, even if you don't think you're in trouble, because you never know if someone may be swinging around and coming up on your blind spot, and you're not moving around to make it difficult for them to notice you.
They're sitting back on him again. Looking right.
I'm also a little concerned about the lack of an escape route in this position right here. One of the first things you probably want to do from here is to paint your feet before you get around and back up. So some mechanical things there that we want to talk about. And I remember you guys wanted this to be a team VOD review, right? So
Yeah.
what I think I'll do is I do want to listen through this for the callouts because we've got that recording. But I might skim through this a little bit and just like let it play uninterrupted for a while, but then go and make most of my comments on the replay. We'll see how good I am at actually executing on that plan and not just pausing it to talk about stuff.
They're sitting back on him again. Looking right. It's range.
You alone? Chat range is still down there on my ouch.
I'm
We
down.
got Rainmaker. They're gonna break through, it's fine. Got for crab.
That makes sense.
Two.
Range down.
Flash on me. My ouch.
Oh, one behind. Yeah, I'm down.
You alone,
They
Quaff?
have one on our snipe.
Oh, I got it.
I'm surprised this hasn't KO'd already, actually.
Let's go.
Alright, we're able to hold on.
One up, so let's paint.
It's obviously not the kind of push we want to be allowing, but the fact that we're in the game at all is
And paint for special.
actually something I'm surprised about.
I have B already. They have one on
Good
left
job
side.
hanging on there.
I'm down.
We're wailing the blaster.
Oh, watch the left. There's a splash wall over there. Oh, what the hell?
Is this Quaff's perspective, by the way?
Top of you.
Or is this somebody
No,
else's?
it's
Those
Miller.
are mine.
Gotcha, no worries.
Oh, there's one on me. I'm down.
Scrappy.
Yeah,
for one
squeezers on
at
right
the end.
side.
This is...
I hit the minimum, I just jumped straight instead of moving.
Miller, what sensitivity do you run?
Couldn't see my target.
I think I'm 4.5 and 5.
Okay. And that's positive?
Yes.
Alone?
Motion. What a lucky shot.
I'm down.
Pardon me, Chad, if I'm being quiet. I'm
Good
just
top of you.
taking mental notes. Because I want to make sure that I don't miss stuff as I go through the
I'm
replay
down.
code here. So there's a good example of that squeezer kind of sharking the backliner. Sniped it over the ledge there.
Oh no!
Down.
Ran right past me. Nice. Watch out for Blaster. He's by our
Yeah.
checkpoint.
I'm getting touched by crab. And blaster. Low.
Just down.
Have a shield.
Have a shield, walks left. I don't need no stinking shield.
Up here. There's one on right side. That's not where I want that to go.
Fine. Alright, just clean up.
Look. Got one. I'm low. Dead.
Get away him.
Rated Stringer.
No last up.
There's 2 up, but fall back a little.
Oh.
Okay.
Or died. Either that works. I didn't know they were right there until too late. I was like, I'm gonna pop this a little bit before we pop it. But
There is a fight, but it looks like we're keeping
Up
back.
here. Range is single on my ledge. Yeah, I died.
Oh man.
got the blaster.
One left.
These are on my ouch.
Your last left, be careful.
I like that call from Riz. Last up, be careful.
What a lucky shot. Rainmaker on our
I'm
check.
dead.
I got the Rainmaker. Let's go.
Okay, so that'll win you in overtime, but I don't
We
think you're
have-
going to be able to pick it up.
There's no chance.
The slightest.
We can do this. Let's go. No, don't die.
Range
forward.
low
Wow,
on
okay,
that
you didn't
side.
pick it up.
Super aggressive mode. Oh no.
Range down.
Watch out for the squeezers on this side.
And top Nuka.
Oh no, I didn't.
Down.
Okay, let's go.
Gonna pop out Luya.
Okay, where are they? I need the Stringer down.
Come. Shield.
Good game.
Wait.
Yeah,
There's
the
one
over.
behind.
Something got the
I saw them last
Rainmaker. Okay.
second.
All right. So I'm going to switch back over to the replay code now so that we can get a better view and see all of the things. Oh, by the way, thank you for the raid, Sir Bacon Gaming. I apologize that I didn't notice it before. The notifications are HelloFreshified, and apparently they do not play the any like raid notifications or anything like that. So I don't have that set up. But thank you so much, and welcome. What am I doing? I'm going over to the computer. Computer. And I've got the code pulled up right here. This is RCL1 1JXA 9AF3 and TGEB. So, one thing I want to talk about before we get into the VOD review itself is I just want to talk about like some technical kind of movement stuff. And I'm sure that this is, you know, we're all short-range shooters, so all of us can benefit from this. And maybe, you know, some of us are doing more of this than others. But a few things that I'm noticing. First of all, one of the most important things, one of the things that really makes the short-range shooters so powerful that we want to know with this weapon class is the ability to paint our feet and move very quickly, even when our feet are painted. So from right here, you know, I can't like swim anywhere quickly. You know, it's faster for me to walk across than it is for me to swim across. But I can also just do this, and that's faster than any of those options. But I'm noticing that in a lot of situations, we're not taking advantage of this movement ability. And, like, this is the reason that you run a shooter over something like a slosher. A slosher cannot just do that blip, 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 and be moving really quickly. They have to paint an entire line out in front of them with a slosh before they're going to be able to, like, actually drop down into the ink and swim with it. So that's something that I want to see more of. Just being able to kind of have the camera movement and the muscle memory to just be able to do this to get yourself out of situations that are dangerous into situations where you need to be helping your teammates. Like, this is just a really important skill to have. Some important pointers with this. If you aim too far down, you actually mess your camera up. I've continued to aim down, and now my controller is pointed straight at the floor. Now, it doesn't look like anything's happened, but when I come back up, look at where my neutral position is now. I'm aiming at the ceiling. And that's because your reticle works kind of like a computer mouse, where if you push it too far to the edge in the up or down direction, it'll just hit a wall and stop, but it'll reset your neutral position. And so that's something you need to avoid when you're doing this, because you're going to be aiming straight down. So if you aim too far down and shoot your feet, then when you come back up and try to shoot at someone, you're doing this, which isn't helping you. So in the training room, you want to be working on, you know, clearing things up so that you don't have any paint for you to work with, and just getting around as fast as you possibly can while just painting one dot at a time. It's not fastest to do this. If you're rolling out into mid, you want to be painting a full line and then swimming, and then painting a full line and then swimming, right? Like, when you're safe to go and you want to go as fast as possible, this is how you do it. But you don't have the time to paint a full line in a lot of situations in Splatoon. When you splat someone that quickly, standing up long enough to do that is often enough to give your opponent enough time to splat you. So to get yourself moving as quickly as possible, or to, like, clear a gap to other bits of ink that you're very close to, like this, just put a little dot down, and that'll get you all the way that you need to start moving your way to safety. That's something that I want to see more of technically. Another thing specifically for the 52, just because we were watching the 52, and so you're going to get disproportionate feedback because we saw more of you. I was noticing both in the open matches we were playing and in the matches that we just watched that there are some situations where you called earlier that the wall didn't go out in time, and there were some times where you tried to throw the wall out reactively, but you got shot before it came out. Something about the splash wall is that it's not active until you start seeing the jets come down from it. So, like, think about how long that is right there. Think about how many players I can splat in the time. Here, let's actually see what that number is. Yeah, I've got someone splatted and someone at half damage before this actually deploys. So you cannot just throw it out there expecting it to shield you from someone who's already got the jump on you. The wall is something that helps you, like, slowly ratchet your way forward. So you put it out preemptively before you will need it. And then you paint up the area, you get control of this area, you fight anyone you need to using the wall, but then you get enough ink for the next one and you inch it forward. And that's kind of how you work with this thing. It's a fast weapon still, because being able to push up that reliably without necessarily having to worry as much about having paint control in that area before you move into it, that is really powerful. And that lets you go forward pretty quick. But you can't just, like, force your way into a fight and then throw a wall at it and expect that to be what saves you. More often you need to play it a little bit more like another short-range shooter, unless you're trying to play it slow and ratchet your way forward like we talked about. So, that all being said, let's go and look at the replay.
Okay.
Chat, why if only 21 people like stream? I mean, that's your expectation, but sure, go for it. Like the stream, everybody. This is a call to action. I'm doing influencer marketing now. All right. So now we get to do this. So I like this idea. We've got the... Yeah, I think this is generally about the way that I would want you guys to roll out. You've got the splash on the right side with high ground, so that if you do get a crab in time, you've got some high ground to use it from, which is not a bad plan. You can also use it from the top of left ramp. That also works. You've got Miller out in frontlining, and then Quaff is playing support here. And like Tacticooler is a pretty supportive special, but you're there close enough to Miller that if Miller gets in a fight, you'll be able to help with it pretty soon. Then Riz is in a position up top where they'll be able to see everything around them. So not a bad rollout. And so the next thing we want to do is get information. Where is the enemy team? Where are they strong? Where are they weak? Do my teammates need help? We want to figure out, where is the fight? Is it a fight that we win or a fight that we lose? If it's a fight that we win, how can I get to it the fastest, and how can I have an impact on it to make sure we win it? Those are the kinds of questions you're trying to ask right now. So Miller here, you probably want to have your splash wall up in place with those two players watching you there at some point. Looks like we're trying to push around the right-hand side. I don't see a winning fight there on the right because of their range. Dyson gets in there, and I don't see anything that... I guess they can maybe throw burst bombs from that range, but that's not a very high percentage fight that I'm seeing over there that we're pushing into. Like, Dyson is moving forward while Miller is moving back. Usually when a teammate is moving backwards, that's a sign for you that you probably don't want to be there because there's probably some danger there. So Dyson starts pushing forward, trying to like sneak up on the range blaster, but range blasters love that. They just have to hit you with a couple indirects from a very safe distance away, and so now that's one down. Meanwhile, Quaff has gotten involved in a fight on the left. And something that I want to hear that, you know, it's rare to hear in callouts at this level, but something that you want to be working toward is we want to get one fight that we're all trying to take. We don't want to take multiple fights at the same time. And this is an explanation I've made a number of times on stream, so if you guys have all heard it before, you know, humor me for just a second. But let's say that there are two fights that you could take right now. Like, there are enemies on two sides of the map, and we're deciding, you know, how do we want to take this? Option one is you devote every single member of the team to assisting in one of the two fights. So if somebody is on the wrong side, all they're going to do is they're going to back up, and they're going to kite back, and they're going to do their best to delay the players on the left from getting involved. So like if you're fighting on the right, and that's what the call has been, then Quaff here would be throwing bombs at this tri-stringer and just painting and making it take as long as possible for those players to get in before turning their attention to the right if they are given that opportunity. And then Miller and Dyson are diving in on the right-hand side, and Riz is looking on the right-hand side. And that's how we take that fight. So that's one option. The other option is that we split off and send maybe like 2 and 2. So maybe like Quaff and Miller take a fight on the left, and then Dyson with backup from Riz takes a fight on the right. The problem with that idea is that if the enemy team devotes all of their resources to one of these fights, like I mentioned in the first example, so someone's stalling on the left and then everyone engages on the right, what happens is they overwhelm you with numbers advantage on the right while not committing hard enough on the left that anyone gets picked off there. So now your 2 members just go down, and you've only got 2 remaining, and they didn't actually ever get to hard engage on anything, and they're probably so deep in and so committed at this point that you're in trouble. So in the general case, you always want to be taking one fight at a time. Put all your resources into winning that one fight, and then once that fight is won, then you focus on other players. Right now, we kind of get into this situation where there are 2 fights happening at once. We've got Dyson and Miller on the right, and then we've got Quaff, who's kind of trying to engage pretty hard, it looks like, trying to shark these players on the left-hand side. And so if Quaff were on the right, maybe trying to help against this range blaster, maybe they would have a little bit more paint. Maybe they'd have bomb pressure on the range blaster. Maybe there would be something else they could do here. I will say that we kind of misplay against the range blaster. We're really not respecting their range enough in the way that we're pushing in on them. That's probably not a way that we're going to have a lot of luck if we keep trying to go that way. But we tried to take the fight there, but we didn't have our full strength there to back it up. And so now we're getting flanked at this point because Quaff hears that there's a fight happening on the right, but that kind of distracts them from what's coming up on them on the left. And we get collapsed on from both sides and we lose both of those fights. So not only are you less likely to win either engagement if you're taking multiple of them, but you also have just less of a likelihood of coming out with an outcome that you like out of that. Another possibility, if you take two separate fights, is that one side wins their fight and the other side loses their fight, and now it's just even, and you don't gain any advantages out of that. To win, to get a good position out of the two fights strategy, you need to win both of them. So there's the 25% chance you win both of them. That's what you've got to do. If you focus everybody on one fight, you're more likely to win that fight, and the only other option is that you lose that one fight, which you're less likely to do. So you're talking like a 25% chance of getting something that you like out of taking two fights at once versus, let's say, like a 60% chance of getting the situation you like out of getting everyone coordinated on the same place. Now, one other caveat to this is that you don't want to just crowd everybody into the same spot. When I say we're all taking one fight at a time, I mean that's what we're focusing on having an impact on, but you can have an impact on the fight without having to just hard engage on it and commit all of your movement options to just going into that fight. You want to be close enough that you can follow up with your teammates, but you don't want to be so close that everyone dies to one bomb, or that everyone dies to one blaster shot, or that, you know, somebody gets flanked and there's nobody watching the flank and you all go down from that flank. So that's kind of the overall strategy that we want to be working toward, is getting everyone looking at the same thing and doing whatever it is that they can do best to assist that one thing. And I was listening on callouts, and while I'm hearing like maybe where players' positions are, I'm hearing we're two down, back up, which I love. We're hearing here's where the player is that got me. All of these are good callouts. But I would say the most important callouts, and the only ones that you really hear that much of at top level of play, the most important ones are the ones that get you all fighting in the same fight, that get you all looking at the same place, that get you all going in the same direction and having the same plan. And that was one kind of callout that I didn't really hear that much while we're playing here.
I have two questions about that.
Go for it.
So Thiessen being the most aggressive of us, would he be the one to be making those kinds of callouts?
Thiessen being Dyson.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I would say that typically shot calling does end up falling to some players more than others, and that's more of a personal preference. I find that some players are just naturally more talkative. They take more to callouts. They try to use callouts more. And typically those players are the ones who end up being the shot callers. I think it is very important for everyone to be able to make a call like that. And it's good practice, something that we did a lot on the grillers specifically, to have drills where you all play in like Anarchy Open or something, but only one of you is allowed to make callouts. And so that one person is the only one who's allowed to like make a play happen. Like, everyone's going to be in a holding pattern until that one player calls, "We're pushing right now, go." And to get everyone used to being in that position where they see an opening, they see something that we can do, they see a fight we can take, they call it, we go. But like I said, typically it falls more to one player or another on most teams. And it's not a bad idea to have that player be a frontliner, because the frontliners are the ones who are actively like engaged and looking for these fights to take. The backliner might be worried about, getting charged. They might be worried about watching a flank. They might be worried about a number of different things. But the frontliner's entire job is to take space away from the enemy team for our team to push into. And since they're the ones who are going to encounter the enemy team first in all likelihood, they're the ones that are most likely to be able to see the plays, and so we want to get them especially very used to calling out those kinds of moves.
Okay. The other question is, so in the beginning here, I'm on the left, and my thinking was that I just want to prevent them from flanking Dyson and Miller. So if I'm to go help them on the right, then how do I make sure that the squeezer doesn't come around and flank?
Paint and bombs. So let me back out of this really quick. We're at 436. What I see you doing there, and we can probably zoom in on that a little bit more to kind of get the idea here, but what I'm seeing from that movement is we're kind of trying to like intercept them as they try to flank. Whereas what I want you to do in that kind of position, so let's say these are my teammates over here, these moving dummies, and I'm trying to make sure that nobody comes from over in this direction to get at them. What I'm doing is not like maybe trying to sit here and shark them. What I'm doing here is not trying to like engage in a fight directly with them. What I'm doing instead is I'm keeping this area painted, and I'm throwing a bomb here. And then when nobody contests the paint on that bomb, maybe I paint up a little bit more and throw another bomb. But then once I've got this area cleared out enough, there's enough paint down there, then maybe I get in here and start helping take a fight, and then turn back here to see if anybody, you know, tried to deal with this at all. I'm kind of playing for zoning pressure. I'm not doing man-to-man defense, I'm doing zone defense, if that makes any sense. And what it seems like there is that Quaff kind of gets overwhelmed and gets stuck into a bunch of purple ink, where what we really want to be doing there is, if they're coming around the left with such strong numbers, we don't want to be around the corner directly when they get there. We want to have already backed up all the way to ramp. Because let's take a look at Quaff's perspective, because this is going to be just the first maybe 10 seconds of the match here. So we see that there's a bunch of paint around the corner, and already I want that corner painted. I want the corner painted because if they come around that corner from an angle that I can't see, I want them to have had to stand up, fire shots at that spot, and then go back down into their ink instead of being able to just swim around it cleanly. So right now we're like leaving all of that paint there. I don't like that. I want that paint gone already. By the time that we get down into a position to actually do so, we're already getting tri-stringer arrows shot at us, and that blocks us in. But we had all the opportunity in the world after the pop happened to make sure that that got painted quickly, then back up, and to keep the paint in between us and the tri-stringer. Because once we back up after painting that corner, now the tri-stringer is out of range to be able to hit us. We can keep painting over the tri-stringer's arrows, and we still have good eyes on whether someone's coming around the corner. As soon as we lock ourselves in here, now they can come around the corner pretty freely, and there's not a lot that we can do to prevent it. Like, they just take the corner right there, and they right side peek us, and we go down. Whereas if we keep it painted from around the corner, now we know as soon as they're coming around, and there's no way that they, like, shark us like they end up doing here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So preventative defensive painting is what we wanted from that.
And just to let you know, Miller had to jump off for dinner.
Okay. All good, all good. There will always be the VOD, you know, and you can take back anything that you want to let them know about it.
Yep.
Okay. From this position, Riz, everybody on the team is dead. You want to not be there. Hydras can sometimes get away with plays like this if they have open sight lines. If they're able to just stand on high ground and nothing on the enemy team has the range to contest them. But even then, against, you know, a 1v4 situation, especially one that counters our weapon so hard, we want to be, you know, a country mile away from this at this point. We've had plenty of warning that all of our teammates are down, so at this point, like, from here, you got to just jump out of this. There's no other way to be safe. Much better not to go down here than to try and stand your ground and maybe trade 1 for 1. Do you guys know what I'm talking about if I refer to the feed stagger loop?
Basically, yeah.
So just a quick explanation, because I mean, I talk about this in chat a lot and stuff, but just for anybody who might be wondering, or in case somebody who's watching later has a question about it. Right now, you guys are at a numbers disadvantage. Now, if you take a fight at numbers disadvantage, first of all, you're less likely to win because they have more people than you. They're hitting you from multiple angles. They're doing faster DPS because 2 of them are hitting you instead of just 1. You know, there are some obvious advantages to having numbers in a fight. So you're more likely to lose. But let's say, best case scenario, the absolute best thing that happens if you're in this like 1v3 situation. Let's say you get a trade. You get a 1 for 1 trade. That still goes in favor of the enemy team because you're down and one of them is down, which means in this case we have, well, okay, let's say it's a 1v4 right now because the splash is respawning. The splash is just getting back into play. They're not actually even touching the ground yet. If this is a 1v4 and you go down and take one with you, now it's a 3v0. The rest of your team will respawn, but, you know, 1 by 1. And they still have the advantage up until the point where the rest of your team respawns. They're going to be able to keep pushing, whereas if you had jumped back and then gotten into a safer position, you and your teammates would all be able to move out at once, and then it would be a 4v3, and you'd be able to win that fight and push them back immediately as soon as the respawn happens, rather than it staying neutral, rather than them staying in control of the objective for longer. Now let's say that you do go down, because that's more likely to happen. Now when your teammates come back up, it's 3v4. And so they're still in a losing situation, even though they already respawned after their first losing fight. So now they have to wait another 10 or 12 seconds for you to respawn before they can do anything. And if they take a fight during any of that time, they're likely to lose it. And the same stagger happens again, and it's a loop. So we need to be getting out of there, especially if we're getting forced down to low ground. If there's just a lot of pressure that I'm seeing coming down on the Hydra here, that the Hydra should be getting away from faster than that. Dyson dives in here. This is dropping off a ledge into enemy ink into a 1v4, basically. Miller is kind of there, but not close enough to be able to help. And I bet Dyson doesn't really have time to see all of the opponents and where they are and where they're watching before they go. Before you engage as a frontliner, if you're not seen yet, take some time to figure out where the enemy players are first. Like, just look around the map for even 1 second. And that will give you a lot more of information about where the dangers are and where the targets are, so that when you go in, you're using that time where you're giving away your position more efficiently, and they're less likely to be able to capitalize on knowing where you are first. So now we are in a 2v4, and again, we're not backing up. Miller sees Dyson going down, and instead of just immediately hightailing it behind them, instead of painting their feet the way that I was talking about and moving out of this purple ink, they just go down right away. So now it is a 1v4 again. And this is something that they really should be pushing much harder than they are. If this is a top-level team, there are already 2 players sitting on your respawn platform by your goal. Like, this is already a KO against a team as fast as like a Starburst or Sayonara. The fact that they're not pushing up is probably an issue with their comp, in that it's a little bit slow to push up. But if they took advantage of this more effectively, the game should probably have already ended. You are able to get 1, and so now it's a 3v3, so that delays things a little bit. But the flank is able to come up the front here. We want to just be playing defensively for now. And that's having like a little bit of a holding pattern is something that I think you guys will need to work on. Defensive painting, like I was talking about with Quaff earlier, is something that I want all of you to be able to do. If there's not a fight to take yet, you don't have to do nothing, but you need to do something that's very safe. So you need to make sure that, like, okay, what weapons could be threatening me right now? Am I out of range of those weapons? How do I know I'm out of range of those weapons? By painting to make sure that there is no way that they could be in range before they have to paint through something that would be very visibly obvious for them to paint through. And that's what's going to keep you guys safer here from things like the flank from the splash, which comes straight up the middle and is the single place that everybody should be paying the most attention to on defense here. You'd be more safe from things like the push around the left-hand side from earlier on. So that's a skill that I'd like everyone to be working on so that you guys keep yourselves safer. This works out here. We have a good pinch between Thiessen and Miller around the side of the goal platform. If somebody goes around one side of the goal platform, it's always good to have someone else go around the other side of the goal platform, and that way there's no way they can use the goal platform to hide. You guys are going to clear it out from both sides and then meet in the middle. So really well played. It's the same kind of theory as like if someone's on tower. One person shoots one side, the other person shoots the other side, you clear it out. So from here, we need to get paint control and we need to get up into mid. I don't know that you guys know for sure that the range blaster jumped out here. If you do know they jumped out, just dive into mid and worry about painting up the rest behind you later. But you need to get some control of the zone right now. Because if you're not all the way out into mid, they still have like 60% control of the map by the time you guys get there. Whereas if you run someone out a little bit further into mid, right up until the point where you're going to get contested first, then your support players can like clear that paint up behind you later as you move up, but it's important to get the map control right now. So we are starting to move up pretty quickly. I like that we're checking for flanks here. Now, Dyson does push in with a whole bunch of purple ink on the left-hand side, and again, this is, defensive painting. We did a great job of painting defensively on the right side. Like, if there had been a blaster sharking in that corner there, I bet you guys would have actually found them before they could do much. That was really good. We don't apply those same tactics, though, to the left side, and now look at where the squeezer has gotten. They've got a flank angle on us, and now Thiessen's in a little bit of trouble. They end up going down. Thankfully, Riz is able to trade it back, but that could have been avoided if we had just painted that area first as we come out. That's the paint that we really need to have control of. Like, we don't really care about what's on the pillow that's behind our Hydra right now because the enemy team isn't going to be able to get there right now. What we care about is what's in mid and where they could approach us from. Okay, so Whale goes out. We're a little bit split. I don't like how far up Miller has ended up getting here because there's nobody to help them right now, and they're in a position where if the enemy team were to collapse, there wouldn't be a lot of support. If we're going to go after the Rainmaker shield, we probably want to get the Rainmaker pop first and then move as a team to do something rather than having some people focusing shield and some people on the right. And there's the squeezer sharking again. And again, that's happening repeatedly because we're not painting that corner. Because they just have free access to peeking around that corner whenever they want to, instead of having to paint their feet first to get around there, and us seeing them and us already having that corner pre-fired before they can get into position. So this fight on the right is something that the enemy team should be hard committing to, because they know they have numbers advantage. It's 4v3. And so if they just pile on and throw everybody they have at you, they should just be able to win these fights cleanly and take advantage back again. So staying in this fight as Miller and Thiessen is really, really dangerous, and I would recommend them either jumping back to spawn or at the very least jumping back to Riz. Riz is pushed pretty far forward. I would probably jump back to spawn if I'm Miller. Dyson might be able to get away. But they end up not pushing in, at least not yet. Like, Zebra and Static there had a great opportunity to pincer. Gohan could have come in from the right-hand side and joined that fight, but you guys end up being able to isolate Zebra here a little bit. And so it ends up only being, I think, a 1-for-1 trade. That's much better than you guys should have expected based on the positioning. But even then, that leaves the Hydra basically out of play because you guys are pushed so far forward that they can't follow or get an angle on it. Riz, if somebody ends up being in that kind of position, you might want to be on the right-hand side of Plat, just get closer to them so that you have an angle. But that was just kind of a rough spot because they're right underneath a ledge, so you would have been worried about sharks. Like, there's just not a lot that Riz can do to be a part of that fight. So on top of being a member down, we're also putting ourselves so far forward that our backliner can't really get involved. And now Quaff should just jump out. We're in a sea of purple ink. It is literally 1v4 at this point. We don't want to really be challenging this at all. This might be a position where we could actually have gone on Gohan, but the window is closed at this point. A lot of the time you can catch an overzealous frontliner diving in a little bit too far forward in front of a push. You have maybe like a 1 second window to do that, and that won't work as well against stronger teams, but watch out for that just in case you notice that that's a pattern that they have, because that could be something you go for. But once the rest of their team piles in as reinforcements, now it's time to really respect the numbers advantage that they've got and not go for too much. Because we still are staggered. We still are at numbers disadvantage in that position there. We have not waited for everybody to respawn. Even the players who have respawned are not all in position yet. And the enemy team is going to be rallied around that Rainmaker, especially if we haven't splatted any of them before. So we should expect to be running into a numbers disadvantage. And that's a fight that we didn't want to take at all. We wanted to disengage from that. We wanted to paint our feet back away from it, get into positions where we're going to be able to defend from once our teammates respawn. That's something that takes a little bit of experience. You want to be able to look at the map and go, how far back do I need to stand so that by the time they get to me, all of my teammates are back? That's something that's really useful to start thinking about, because it is kind of challenging to just eyeball that on the spot without more competitive experience ahead of time. But that's something that you should definitely start thinking about so that you know where it's safe to be while still keeping yourself in play. I love what Quaff is doing there. Everything that Quaff has done on this defense since they respawned here has been great. Lots of defensive painting, lots of throwing bombs in front of them. That's what I want to be seeing more often, are in the places that you're worried about them coming from. Because that will set them up to either have to wait to move forward or to push themselves too far forward and get splatted. And we do actually end up getting static for that exact reason. Static is stuck between having to back up and push forward. They opt to push forward, and that puts them in range of the Hydra, and they get splatted for that. That's great defense right there, and that's something that, like, I want us to be moving to with a little bit more frequency when we're in disadvantageous positions or when we don't know where the enemy players are. Quaff is getting in a little bit deep there. There was not a lot of paint there to work with, so between them having to paint for themselves, having to dodge the wave breaker, having to dodge Rainmaker shots, it was just a little too much. If we're going to be pushing up there, that's a call we want to make. We want to push forward aggressively with that, so that we're protecting our teammates as they engage. This whale and this booyah, I think that the push in general seems a little mistimed, because it feels like our idea is, okay, let's go in now, but the push comes in from Quaff before those specials come out, and then when these specials come out, neither Miller nor Thiessen try to follow up on them. They, like, fire the specials, but stay lodged in the positions that they were in already. Booyah Bomb and Killer Whale are two specials that barely do anything if you don't push in with them. You want the rest of your team holding forward at the enemy team while those are coming out, because those are things that will force the enemy team to move instead of dealing with you. And so you're taking advantage of that window where they're forced to move to go after them. Launching them and expecting to get splats, that's going to stop working once you get into this level of competitive play. They're just going to, get away from it like they all did here. And now you're two specials short, having gotten no value out of them and still being backed up into your base. In fact, you lost your backliner in the meantime. All right, here comes the crab tank. See what we can get out of this. And this, again, we want to be pushing with the crab tank here. Once we've got a special, we want to follow up so that the special gets as much value as possible. If you're going to fight, all fight at once. It's the same kind of principle as only taking one fight at a time. Well, the special is starting a fight, so go in and finish the fight for it. There we go. Now we're moving in. Ooh, we start moving in, but we put ourselves right on top of each other, and we get looks like double directed by the range blaster there, which is super unfortunate. Part of it is that we want to take fights from off angles so that if that sort of thing happens, our teammate is far enough away that they can, number one, not get hit by the same stuff, but number two, trade back. So, like, if Miller was spaced a little bit further away here and Thiessen goes down, Miller definitely has shots on Zebra and can trade them back, and this is a 1-for-1 instead of a 2-for-0. This is really dangerous for Quaff to be pushing into. This is a numbers disadvantage, and the only other player up on the team is a Hydra. So they're not going to be able to follow you in. You are the player that everybody is going to be looking at, and everyone's going to be shooting at. And I expect that you probably go down here. At most, maybe the Hydra trades one back. Oh, you do outplay in the 1v1. Static popping the crab tank is a little bit of a weird choice there because there's not much that the crab tank can threaten from that angle. It might have just been a panic special. But if Static just dives in there with Zebra, they probably have a better chance of winning that fight, like with the main weapon. Alright, Static does trade back, and Zebra's back in. And now, like, Thiessen is pushing on the right too, but imagine if Quaff had waited for Thiessen to be there to push with them. Now that's a fight that they absolutely win against Static. No shot that Static wins that. We force them back into mid, and now we've got some space to work with. The Booyah bomb in mid here, or the middle of it, I don't know if that hit a wall or something, but there were no enemy players to be targeted by that Booyah bomb there. I don't know if we just tried to pop the shield with it or what, but we want to be like finding enemy players, calling those enemy players out, and then calling a play to aggress those players when we know that they're isolated.
And when I went in on Static next to the checkpoint, there was a little excitement there because I saw he was alone, but and there was a little ego there too because he's the enemy shooter, and well, you know, there's a couple shooters, but he's the splash and I'm the NZAP, so we're pretty close in firepower, and I just wanted to take him out.
Yeah, sure thing. That is something that's on one hand, like, it will make you better mechanically to take those kinds of fights in practice, but there's a saying in Splatoon that good players win 1v1s, better players win 2v1s. That you're doing the better play if you're taking an unfair fight, that you're more likely to win, and winning things that way. So also keep that in mind, that like if you know, you're trying to go out there and prove yourself, you're going to prove yourself more by winning the game than you are by winning this 1v1 in a game that you lost, you know? So that's probably what you'll feel better about, and so try to, you know, rein that in for the sake of actually, you know, getting the overall W. All right, so that ends up being an even trade, I think. Let me... Oh, goodness. Have not backed it up in a little while. I need to back up just a little bit more. Okay, so 4v4 fight right now. What happens? So Dyson's starting to push in. Riz is trying to push all the way up to snipe. Thiessen goes down. When Thiessen goes down, like, that's a warning sign to everybody else. That's red flag. That's like, if I don't have something that I can immediately win very quickly, I want to be very careful about trying to engage on anything. Because for now, what we know is that we have a numbers disadvantage. Maybe if we know that this squeezer is like way down here in mid out of play, I guess they're probably going after the Rainmaker since they needed to send someone back for it. If we know that someone's back there out of play and we can see that and we know this is still 3v3, maybe we still keep trying to engage, but as a general rule, as soon as you're at a numbers disadvantage, you want to make sure everybody knows that and everyone wants to go into defensive painting mode. You only take a fight on someone who you know for a fact is isolated, who you know for a fact you can get down before the other team starts collapsing in and reinforcing them. So Quaff here, they do get one, they get two, and they end up trading. This is a fight which I would say it's low percentile. I guess maybe the Hydra was looking at that. Maybe that the Hydra supporting that helps it. But see, even then the Hydra gets traded back from mid because they have to, the Hydra has to commit their resources to looking left. And eventually, if you're at a numbers disadvantage and you keep trading down, there's going to be more enemy players to trade back than there are of your players to trade back. So Miller is dropping off a ledge into enemy ink in a situation where many players have just gotten splatted, and their only backup is on the far left side of the map, too far away to help them. This is the kind of situation where it would really help to look back at what you were looking at on screen while this is happening and trying to think, what are the warning signs, what are the alarm bells that I can look for on the screen right now that will tell me that this is a play that I should keep myself from doing. So right now, I'm going to go into Miller's perspective real quick and just kind of talk my way through this. So we know that two of our players are down on the left-hand side. We've just popped special, which means that they know roughly where we are because they can see where the lasers are originating from. And we don't see anybody else on our team. We're firing a bunch of shots into mid. Any shots that you fire, any bombs that you throw, any specials that you launch that are visible, you've got to realize that as you put those around a corner, anybody who's around that corner now knows you're there, even though you can't see them. Like, they're able to see the shots that you're firing from your gun and draw a line backwards to find you. Whereas you just might know that they're vaguely around that corner or might not even know they're around that corner at all. So as soon as you drop over, look at where the squeezer's aiming. They already know. There are a lot of things that we've done here that have made us more visually obvious to the enemy team, but there are also just a lot of players that are down who would be covering our movement forward if they were still up. So I'd say the biggest thing there is just that you're giving away a lot of information about what you plan to do. But also, that's probably not the time to be going after the Rainmaker shield, because we don't have the numbers to go in and try and pop it. You need to be able to out-pop the enemy team. You need to be able to keep yourself safe in mid while you're trying to pop it. Popping it right then and there, even if you were able to pull it off, isn't going to get you that much. And it's making you really visible, and it's a pretty big risk to take. So try to keep grouped up. As soon as you see players going down, just focus on regrouping. Find the players who are still up, get closer to them so you have the buddy system. But dropping over a ledge is a really committal thing to do. It puts you in a position where if you try to back up, you hit a wall, and so you can't back up anymore. You lose the ability to retreat when you drop down over a ledge. And dropping down over a ledge into an area where there's a lot of enemy ink, that's a really likely time for you to get sharked. Even if you're not landing on the enemy ink yourself, if there's a lot of it near you, you can't see where they're going to be. And so a sharking weapon, like the squeezer, like we talked about, it's going to like to do that. It's going to love for you to just walk over the edge after announcing that you're going to be there as many times as you did. Okay, so Dyson pops Crab here. This is in response to there being a lot of players grouped up on the left ramp. This can definitely stall them out for a little while, and it does make it so that Miller's going to be able to get back in there. So not the least value you're getting out of a special here, but it's also probably not going to get very many picks because there's nobody to push in with it, so something to think about. You also do have a Hydra who can provide a similar kind of pressure without needing to pop special. That's just kind of unfortunate that the Hydra gets shredded there. It's possible that you could have maybe started pushing in, especially knowing that they were going to throw a Booyah Bomb, because throwing a Booyah Bomb, like we said before, it's a party starter. It's something that you want your entire team dogpiling in with. So maybe if we'd moved forward a little bit faster, we might be able to get in between them and that, but that was Trizuka shots. I don't know about that. I think that that's just really unfortunate that they happened to be close enough to be able to shred that. So now with the Hydra down, it's a 3v4, and we got to be really careful here. a trade happens, but again, trades, if you're at a numbers disadvantage, they go in favor of the team who's got more players. You went from a 4v3 to a 3v2. 3v2 is a bigger numbers advantage than a 4v3. 4v3, you think about it, it's only, one player more, one player out of four, that's not a big deal. But a 1v2, that's pretty unwinnable. There's not a lot of shifting around, not a lot of outmaneuvering that you can do there. You just have to be the better player to get out of that alive. So really, if anything, trading when you're at a numbers disadvantage puts you at a worse numbers disadvantage. So now it's 3v2, and we're still fighting, and there we see the effect of that numbers disadvantage playing out. Instead of being able to trade 1-for-1 again, we now just lose a player cleanly, and now they're in a 3v1 instead of being in the 3v2 they were in. So when we go into a 4v3, instead of trying to keep that fight going, back up, get it back to a 4v4, instead of opting in for what is usually going to end up as something like a 3v1. And Quaff is staying pretty far forward here. They want to be backing up further so that they're safe up until the point that their teammates get back in to support this. Because they probably just get trapped there between two players. And now it's a 3v4 still. So this is still, a stagger. Ooh, I think it was double Rainmaker shot. That's unfortunate. Again, we don't want to be engaging in this 3v4 situation, but it's also just like sometimes, oh, we were too close to each other. Bomb. Big sad. So Quaff here, again, doing a pretty good job of trying to paint defensively. They got a little bit more desperate than I think they needed to at the end there. I think the enemy team, again, should be pushing up faster, and I think that if they were pushing up at the speed that they could have, what Quaff does there, the timing of that play is about correct. But they're playing it fairly slow, and so Quaff can actually afford to just kind of keep paint forward and put some bombs in front of them and try to keep their distance in the meantime and let their teammates get back in before going in for a hard engage on the Rainmaker to try and stop it. At this point, this should be game over. I can't believe that you have managed to get the pop here. It is literally 3 players of theirs against 1 player of yours, and you somehow get the Rainmaker pop. They're just like sharking instead of contesting this at all. They have the Squeezer who could be shooting at it, they have the Splash who could be shooting at it, but the only person who fires even 1 shot at it, it looks like, is the Range Blaster. So you guys get pop when all they needed to do was keep the Rainmaker stuck in its shield here, and you wouldn't have been able to pick it up, and that could have been game over by itself. But you're able to get one, and you're able to start moving forward. Now, we're not looking out for every spot on the map that could threaten the Rainmaker. We do a similar thing to what we did, remember earlier in the game when Thiessen and I think Miller were painting up on the left ramp, and they painted really well on the left-hand side, but then they weren't watching for the flank from the right, and they got picked for that. This is basically the same kind of thing that happens here. We're not checking this right corner where, there have been a bunch of players sharking, where we've seen shots coming from. And so, like a couple shots happen right there from the blaster that are basically in view of us. And, we're firing the Rainmaker at this. We're firing the Hydra at this. We don't want to push up this far in front of the Rainmaker until that threat is dealt with. One fight at a time, right? Miller and Dyson push up to take one fight on Gohan, while leaving Riz and Quaff to fight the Range Blaster instead of everyone just taking this 4v1 against the Range Blaster, winning it. The Rainmaker ends up going down, I believe, to this blaster. Okay, never mind. It takes a little while longer for them to get the blaster, but they do manage to get it. But I think it's a situation like that happens here. Dyson is further forward than we need them right now, because right now we need to be in full-scale Protect the President mode. We still want Thiessen to be in front of it, but this far in front of it, you're not actually protecting the Rainmaker from anyone. All Avicord has to do here is swim to the right, and they can completely avoid a fight with Thiessen to get on top of the Rainmaker on the right.
Yeah, Thiessen being far ahead is a known phenomenon.
Gotcha.
I see red way too often.
And here, as Quaff, you don't want to be the furthest player forward at all. If the Rainmaker is the furthest player forward, the first member of the enemy team that encounters them is going to be able to stop them very consistently. you always need to push up as the Rainmaker when someone else is in front of you, and ideally if somebody else is also watching the flanks. That's when you feel safe moving up. For now, just kind of sit back closer to the Hydra here and wait for the rest of the team to get in. You've got time to let them get in, but you lose all of the time that you have if you just get splatted by a random tri-stringer shot or something here.
Yeah, I think at that point I didn't know where anyone was, but it was very green around me, so I just wanted to get up to that wall because it felt safe there.
It'll be safer when you can see every direction that they can come at you from. You want to look at what options do they have to approach me, and prioritize putting your shots in those places so that if they want to push one of those places, they have to go through that paint you've put down. Again, defensive painting. So that's the big thing. I would say, oh, okay. Here we go. Time for the software update. That's exciting. So, big things for the team to work on. These are largely things that you can work on in solo queue mechanically, with the exception of the one thing I'm going to talk about with callouts. Number one, make it so that when you're in a position and you don't have like an opportunity to push in yet, or like the push hasn't been called, or your numbers disadvantage, know how to cut off the enemy player's options to get to you, so that you can hold that position up until the point where you're threatened and then back up once you are threatened. A lot of the time I'm seeing us overstay our welcome in a given position and then not notice that we have numbers disadvantage and not back up and just get pushed and splatted when we could have easily escaped. We had, multiple seconds of time where we knew that it was not good to stay in that position, and we just stay there anyway and let them sweep in and get more of a full wipe than they need to. Second thing is no numbers disadvantage and be calling that out more often to each other. I think a lot of the time maybe we're just not recognizing where our teammates are or what state they're in, if they're being engaged on. We don't know where the play is. I'm hearing a lot of I didn't know where my teammates were, I didn't know what was happening. And that's what callouts are there to prevent. Callouts are there to get you on the same page, so you know where your teammates are, so you know what push is happening at that moment. Now, that doesn't mean your teammates are just going to call out GPS signals like, I am pushing right, I am now pushing left, I am backing up to left ramp. You don't want that clouding the comms the whole time. But when there's an engagement that your teammates feel confident they can take, everybody needs to know about that, and everyone needs to drop what they're doing to go and make that play happen as best they know how to. All right. Game was updated. Check the official site for details. And we should be able to skip from here. Okay, cool. So, thank you guys so much. I am going to make sure that we move on to Awesome K910 at this point, because they've been waiting very patiently to get their VOD review here, and I took a pretty long time going over this because it is a group VOD review, so there's a lot to talk about. But thank you guys so much for coming on the show. I love talking about team stuff. Anybody who has a team who would like me to look over their VODs, I love having you guys on. Keep signing up for those Tuesdays, or if you're interested in another time of the day or something, there's always Metafy too. So thank you guys. Hope you learned a lot from that. If you have further questions or you come up with any afterwards, feel free to just DM me, and I'm happy to handle those in the DMs.
All right, thank you very much, and thanks, K9.
Y'all have a good one. All right. Hello, Awesome K910. Should I just call you K9 or?
Sure, that's fine. I don't care.
Sounds good. Okay. Do you have a? Oh, there's the replay code. Got it. You sent it yesterday. So is this going to be solo queue?
Yeah.
All right.
One of my friends from my team is in the game though.
Oh, cool. Does your team have a Ludy division?
Not yet. The one time he woke up too late.
Happens. And 5-1 BK. Oh. We just patched the game. So this replay doesn't work anymore. Oops.
Okay.
You want to play one real quick? And then, oh shoot, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. I should have just done the replay before I let it download. If I'd been thinking more carefully, that's what I would have done. Oops.
Just a second, I gotta put my game real quick. Just a second.
Yeah, sounds good. Are you able to play one really quickly?
Yeah, sure.
All right. How about you do that, and in the mean...
Well, he just messaged me. He said he wants to get on. The guy who played with me earlier.
Okay.
He might join as well. Oh my god, everyone wants to join. What the heck?
Sounds good. All right. Are you able to turn your mic up at all, K9? Because I actually have you turned up higher than I usually have people, and it's still coming through very quietly on stream.
Okay. Let me see. Let me move those settings.
Okay. In the meantime, I think this would be a good time to go over the patch notes a little bit, because we have a new version of this game to look at now. So I need to open that, which I'll do from here. Okay, here's the page, and let me just get this set up on OBS, and then we'll be able to go and see it. That's not it, but this is fine. There we go. Okay, and we'll blow this up a little bit so that it's a little easier to read.
Okay. I turned up a little bit.
That sounds good, thank you.
Alright, give me another second though. I gotta put my game still.
Okay. So here are the official patch notes. Let's see what we have here. I've already looked over them a little bit, but I haven't given commentary on it or anything, so... Starting off with changes to the main weapons. So Arrow Spray got a painting buff, which is funny to me because painting has never been a problem for it. That is the only thing that has never been a problem for it. Everything else about the main weapon has been a bit of a problem, except for, I guess, the move speed. So I don't feel like that's going to change very much because that's already something it was very good at. Jet Squelcher, so blur is the way that your aim blooms over time. So for example, the Splattershot Nova, it has no blur, no bloom, but it has bad aim RNG. Because the Nova does not get worse RNG as it fires, it just starts with really terrible RNG already. So, great perk for the weapon to have. What's going on? Hello?
The store?
I think I'm ready.
Oh, you've got a match already?
I got in my game. I'm not in a match.
So how about you go and play a match of solo queue, and come back and let me know when you are done with that so that we can review that.
Alright, I'm getting RVC. I'll be back.
Sounds good. All right. So speaking of the Nova, it's got a big painting buff, which is actually huge for this weapon. This gives it more of a niche, because it was kind of outclassed by the Splattershot Pro, which was kind of outclassed by a lot of other things. I still don't think this is going to be a great weapon at all. It's still very weak for combat, but at least it can say it's a paint support now, right? At least this is probably one of the faster killer whale charges in the game. So at least there's something for it. Dynamo got a damage buff. So you can, it's kind of like a range sort of equals damage with rollers. So it's not that the range actually changed in this case. It's just that the range at which it does a certain amount of damage got stretched further away. So now it's a little bit, it's kind of longer range, sort of. It's going to one-shot from further away. It's going to two-shot from further away. So those aren't bad. What's up, Debbie?
Jem, remember to look at your OBS display, because when you're scrolling up, you're actually covering the things you're talking about because you zoomed it in. So chat can only see the
Thank
big
you.
square
Sorry
right
about
there.
that. So here, Dynamo Roller. See, I've got it lined up perfectly. All right. Appreciate that, Debbie. Okay. Big Swig. Minimum damage has increased from 30 to 35, which is cool, except that a roller needs to do more damage than the Big Swig roller does. I'm not worried about what it does at minimum damage. It was never going to do that much meaningful damage from that range anyway. I'm worried about the fact it doesn't one-shot. You could make this weapon one-shot, and it would still not be a great weapon. So this is still a bottom-tier stinker of a weapon, in my opinion, but at least they're adjusting it in a positive direction. Bamboo, reduced ink consumption by a lot. That is really cool for it. I don't know if that's really the thing that it was holding the bamboo back, but it's definitely going to be nice. That always makes a weapon better. And so I imagine bamboo players who have been disappointed so far might maybe reconsider coming back to it just to see. I don't think they're really going to settle on it yet with just this buff, but this is a sizable one for it. Nautilus, this is really interesting to me. So you get charge for longer. You can fire the weapon for longer. That's kind of scary. A Nautilus that has a lot of charge. I've been saying that I feel like this weapon is slept on right now. That I think it's better than people are saying it is, and I'm interested to see if it makes any kind of a comeback at this point. There are a lot of buffs here that I think are, in a vacuum, very good. Like, these are weapons that I think could use some attention, and that if they were good, that would be better for the game. So I think that this is really cool. Bamboo's sub-weapon is the auto bomb. So I'm interested to see what people are able to do with this Nautilus, if that changes anything for it. And then Sloshing Machine. How the Mighty have fallen, an ink consumption nerf. 10% is pretty sizable. That is going to make it more difficult to spam hitboxes. That's going to make it a little bit more situational. I could definitely see this, combined with the points to special nerf, I could see this actually dropping the Sloshing Machine down from the absolute top tier status that it's been at to being kind of a situational high tier sort of pick, like something like the 52 gal or the Tetras have been. Okay, Angle Shooter has been buffed. Damage increase, which is something that it definitely needed, although I still don't think that's going to cause a lot of fuss. And the radius of ink coverage has been roughly doubled for it. That's great and all, but like, this is how much ink we're talking about out of an angle shooter. Let's just get one of these things out here real quick. Here's how much paint that is. That's a lot more than it used to be, but that's still not a lot of paint. Like, you're still just firing a single shot at the floor to get yourself out of those kinds of situations rather than trying to use an angle shooter to do it. Can you paint someone's feet with this? I guess you can paint someone's feet with this if you aim it well. So I guess that's something. It makes it even more aim intensive. It's better. It's going in the right direction. Is it good still? No, I really don't think so. So again, like, I feel like this is a patch of a lot of things that were very weak that are being moved in the right direction. and a lot of things that were being strong that are being nerfed a little bit, but that all of those changes are being made very gradually, and I don't know how much this is actually going to shift the status quo yet. It might take another couple of notches in these directions to really get a more balanced metagame, but we'll see. Tactical... Ooh, whoops, I went up too far. Tacticooler does not get its effects negated by Respawn Punisher or Haunt, specifically with the quick respawn and special saver. So the respawn time will still be increased, but it won't negate the quick respawn anymore. So it'll let you have the really quick respawn time, just that quick respawn time is what'll get punished a little bit, rather than you being back at a normal respawn time again. Massive Tacticooler buff. Not that these were being used in extremely high numbers in top-level play, because E-leaders have not been in the meta very powerfully for a while recently, just because there's so much splash going on, but that is something that impacts the E-leader, and that is something that gives Tacticooler a little bit more of a niche. Haunt is something that people are going to be considering a lot more, I think, as time goes on. Like, a lot of people have been running Haunt on Tetras for some time, but people are starting to catch on that maybe this can work on other weapons as well. So that's something to keep an eye on. Reef Slider, they adjusted the invulnerability window, which occurs after exploding until you... So I'm not sure exactly what this means, and it's really hard to get a sense of it just from watching like someone use it. But this could potentially be game-changing for the Tetradualies. Like, this is a buff to the Tetradualies, remember, a weapon that is already a pretty high-tier weapon. So let me see if I can... I think invulnerability window might just mean, like, when you can be shot and not take damage. So I might not be able to really see a difference here. That might be faster. It might be faster that you can, when you can actually move out of it, but I'm not sure, because I haven't been playing enough of this weapon to really have that feeling down here. That still feels pretty slow. But if there are iframes in the middle of that, that could make a difference in whether it's survivable at the end. But we've been talking for a long time about how a big problem for this special is just how vulnerable it is afterward. I did not change... Wow. I did not actually show anything that I just did on screen, did I? I'm really good at streaming, guys. Well, we'll get this. Hold on. All right. So I'm just gonna like mash the roll option after this is done. Is that faster? I don't know if that's faster. The invulnerability, it sounds like they're talking about iframes there rather than when you can move out of it. So that might be the change. I would have to consult someone who actually plays Tetras to know, or like watch a video of the old patch to know how fast you actually get out of that. That seems very vulnerable still, but if you're not able to be shot for some of that time, that could actually give you a way to get it, to escape from it. It's the iframes. Copy machine. We could use the copy machine. Let's see what that feels like up against the copy machine. Let's test that out real quick. So we gotta go and turn this on. Okay. So I'm gonna reef slider in and then just hold the ZR button down so that it keeps shooting. Oh, whoops. That cancels the special. Whoops. Whoops. I am going to reef slider in, wait for it to explode, and then hold down the ZR button. Okay. So here should be good. It was missing, I think. It doesn't have the greatest accuracy, I have to say. We'll try it one more time. Alright, here we go. Aim ourselves very carefully at it. Yeah, it just missed a bunch of shots. It's really hard for me to say. So, we'll just have to see how that feels in matches, I think, because I'm not going to get a good sense of it from where I am right now. Anyway. So that's interesting. Tri-strike. This could be huge. I think this makes the Tentatek splatter shot a significantly better choice. They've increased the radius of the area that it hits by 10%, and they've increased the damage it does by about 50%. This already did insane amounts of damage if you sat in it the whole time. This is going to be really deadly now. And that... I feel like that makes the Tentatek definitively the better weapon in the meta right now, because it's still going to be about how you can beat Crab. But now, the thing that you were trying to use to beat Crab, it is still very vulnerable, but the shots themselves are powerful and will take up a lot of space. So I'm going to really quickly just show this off and see what this looks like. Yeah, that's a lot more damage than you would get from before. And like, we're seeing different damage numbers than it would do. It used to go up by like 50s, and now I think it's going up by 75s. That's really scary, because you don't have to stay in this for very long to get splatted. Let's see what the max damage ends up being. So one of them is 375. 375 to 712.5? Okay, I must have missed one of the hits that way, but that's a lot of DPS. That's like Shred a Booyah Bomb with just throwing one of those and having another player shooting at it kind of damage. I think that's game-changing for the Tri-Strike. I feel like it's going to come back in a big way from where it was at launch. So, very interested to see what that does to the metagame there. Moving back to the patch notes. They did nerf Crab Tank. Finally. Much too late. But here's the way that they did it. It's shorter by 1 second. But they couldn't even like let it be there. They also made it so that they buffed special power-up so that it increases the duration and you can get that full 9 seconds anyway, if you want it. So they made it gear-dependent to be able to do what it did before. I don't know if it's worth running that, because I don't know if the 1 second is really that big of a deal, even. Like, this is a pretty light nerf, considering how dominant it had been. I would be cool with them nerfing this and also nerfing the weapon range, making it so the explo shots and the long-range shots do not go as far. Or the rapid-fire shots. Like, I would be okay with both of those things being applied to it. I think it would still be a useful special. It'd just take it down a peg. But also, they have buffed some things that kind of help sort of to counter it. So, I don't know. Maybe this is okay. I do feel like it's... I do feel like it's not going to be enough that we're going to be seeing that many fewer crabs. What we might see is more comps where you run 1 splash instead of 2 splashes, and more comps where you run 2 splashes instead of 3 splashes. That's about as far as I see this actually going. I don't think this is quite enough to end crab meta, but it's a step in the right direction, and at least they're being cautious about it. Points for special. Splattershot gets buffs. Yay. 52 gets buffs. Yay. They just buffed like a bunch of shooters. Like, these are the other shooters that are in the meta at the moment, and they both got points for special buffs. The 52 one I think is actually really good because people have been talking about how like it's got too many points for special right now to really reliably have that whale when you actually want it. Like it takes a lot of farming, and that might not be something that you have time for. So giving that to the 52 is a nice quality of life change for it. Now, I think the 52 is still fairly strong before it got buffed like this. So maybe this is something that, like, since it's got this slight buff, it's able to get a few more whales out and counter a few more crabs? Who knows? Maybe this rises up a little bit as a result of that. Splatter shots, at first I thought that Inkzuka was going to be a pretty good answer to Crab Tank, but because of how slow those shots are from the Inkzuka, I think it's actually really, really dangerous to try and use more than one shot to hit a Crab Tank with the Zuka. So I don't see that being a particular advantage of it in crab meta, but it's still a nice buff, and I'm happy to take them for my main weapon. They did also buff Splattershot Pro, so maybe it gets a few more crab tanks out there, and maybe that makes it a little bit more viable. It's been the worst crab tank weapon for some time here. It might be eclipsing the L3 at this point, but that's still not putting it to the point where we're going to see a lot of it in competitive play. Maybe a little more if you want some midline pressure and still want crabs. I don't know. We'll see. Splattershot Nova, slight points for special buff. And considering it paints so much more now, this is going to be kicking out killer whales like nobody's business. Like, I think the Splattershot Nova is now the killer whale spam weapon, if you want one such thing. Splat Dualies also got a points for special buff. These were already seeing some use situationally in top level play. So this is also going to be something to consider as an alternative to Splash, considering that Splash is like, I think Splash is 200 right now. So this is going to get that crab a bit faster. So that might be something to consider. Custom Junior points for special nerf, which is valid and deserved. This has been a very powerful weapon in the meta right now, and it's very annoying, so making it very slightly less annoying is probably good for everybody involved, although this was one of the counters that people were using to the crab. And so maybe this is them taking it down a peg before it has a chance to become a problem, but also, I don't know, that might not be super necessary. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'm wondering if K910 is done with their match yet, because they haven't DM'd me or anything, and they haven't tried to hop back in a voice call. So I hope everything's going okay there, but we'll keep going until I get word from them. Okay, 96 gets Inkfact slightly faster. Okay, cool. I don't think that's going to change much for it. And that might be higher up than you guys can see. No, it's up there still. Machine, it gets points for special nerf as well. So it paints worse, and also now, not paints worse, it uses more ink. So it's effectively going to paint worse, but that has a lot of cascading effects. Has more downtime. And so it's going to get fewer Booyah Bombs, and now it's going to get even fewer Booyah Bombs because it also got a points for special nerf. So they really went after the machine in a big way. They did not go after the Splash with the same vigor, I feel. And the Sloshing Machine was one of the major counters to the Splash because it was a ranged option that could zone out the short range of the Splash, and it was also a weapon that clogged up choke points to make the push go slower, and a weapon that had Booyah Bomb, which counters crab. Like, all of those things are kind of good answers to a Splash-O-Matic, and so now one of the major counters to the Splash-O-Matic has been nerfed. I worry that that might be a little bit too far to go against the machine here when it's not the worst offender at top levels of play right now. And then Splatana Wiper got a points for special nerf, which is odd to me. The special is the last thing that makes this weapon strong, so I don't feel like that really impacts it that much, but also why? That one confuses me a little bit. Ninja Squid. This one I want to actually test out because this has been like talked about a lot, and it seems a little confusing from the patch notes. So first thing, you're not immediately invisible when you use Ninja Squid. Ninja Squid is actually still going to be visible for about half a second after transforming into kid form. Or wait, after transforming into kid form? So it's going back from squid into kid and not the other way around? That's I misread that the first time. But so what it seems like is going to happen here is in transition between kid form and squid form, there are going to be some splashes that weren't there before, so that you're easier to keep track of if you're just like sub-strafing around or main strafing around a lot. But that it's going to go back to being, so like these splashes, it looks like, are still going to be there. So you can see they're like, when I go down and back up, you can see there's still some splashes for a brief moment before they go invisible again. So it's still a way to approach someone who's further away from you, but it's something that forces you to commit to swimming for a little bit longer if you want that hiding, because you're not going to be able to just instantly be invisible. This is a major nerf to it, I feel. It really reduces its efficacy in combat, because a lot of weapons that are at short range that want to be fighting at close range, they're going to be popping up and firing more often than every half a second. You can see there are going to be splashes the entire way. I'm going to be way easier to track in combat when I'm running this. So this severely diminishes its utility. It's definitely more just a sharking player's weapon now, because you're only going to get this effect from swimming a certain distance in this form. So they did also change the way that swim speed modifies it, which I'm not completely... Well, we'll talk about this for a second, but I do have a message now from Awesome K910, and they've got a code. K910, feel free to hop into the waiting room VC, and I'll drag you back up. And there they are, awesome. Hi, K910. I'm just going to finish talking about Ninja Squid really quickly, and then we'll go back to the VOD review here.
Right.
So we talked about the invisibility. Using swim speed up at the same time will no longer result in one of these abilities being canceled. So I'm not sure exactly what calculations the game did to calculate how swim speed and Ninja Squid interact, because it always took a certain amount of swim speed to counteract Ninja Squid. So it was definitely not just like one cancels the other, and I'm not really sure exactly what this was referring to here. While using Ninja Squid, swim speed will continue to be reduced by a fixed amount. So I don't know if it means that scaling swim speed is going to be modified differently. That's something that I'll have to go and like mess around with differing amounts of swim speed to figure out. That's something I don't really understand just yet. And I'll have to, like, I'll probably look for, actually some, I'm blanking on, some data miners to see if they can explain exactly what that means in the patch notes. But we'll get to the rest of these. Those are a lot of the major ones, but we have a VOD review to do for K910. So, let's get going on this here. So it is R9VQ W7J5 K163 J7LF. And there it is. That was weird. It gave me a message as if this doesn't work anymore, but maybe it was showing me that my backlog doesn't work anymore. Maybe that's what they're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, it gave me that too when I opened it. It was weird.
All right, well, here we are. So, double blaster comp. This is definitely the mode where if you were going to have that, it's best to have it. But between a Tri-Slosher and 2 blasters, there's not going to be a lot of paint that your team is putting out there, especially compared to the other team, which paints just fine. So that's going to be a major issue for your team here, that you don't have a lot of paint. And, you know, that's nothing you can control, but it's something that you want to be mindful of, that, like, there might be more time that you want to spend painting here just to create space for yourself than you normally would. This is a situation where you're starting to move around a blind corner and you don't know what's around to that corner the right side. You really don't want to be exposing yourself by putting shots around the corner like this when you don't have a target in mind. It looks like you do have a player that you're aiming at, but they're a little bit out of range. Better to swim closer to them first and then go for these shots than to try and swing at them before you know you're going to hit them. Because if there's somebody else around the right side here, they're going to see these shots going around the corner and they're going to know you're here and be able to help out. And there is, in fact, a second player over here to help. So you end up in a 2v1 not even knowing, because you exposed yourself around the side before you were in position to hit these shots. You kind of fired some warning shots and they're able to take you out that way. So it ends up being a 2-for-2 trade because your teammate is able to deal with the damaged opponents. Did you have a question?
No, I just said
Okay. Okay. So we back up. We see that our team is taking the tower. You probably don't need to back up that much. You probably could have kept a little bit further forward once you collected a little information. Because backing up that much takes time away from time that you could be pushing up and forcing the enemy team back off the tower path.
okay, yeah. Wasting time here.
Nice. Yeah, that's a fight that the Splatana Wiper really should not have been trying to push into. They beat you if they can keep their range against you. They beat you if they can poke you out with, like, torpedoes and long-ranged attacks and charge slashes and stuff. But they're pushing towards you, so you're totally happy to take that fight. Like, you can just hold forward at them and beat them, and that's their mistake.
He's like behind a wall, so it was easy to just go around the wall.
Mm-hmm. The wall makes it so that they can't use their range against you because they hit the wall if they try. So you get to just walk around the wall and immediately be right on top of them. So, yeah, good job there. And so that clears that one player out. You get hit by somebody else, but your team is able to trade back, and now you're in control here. Now, your team is making a mistake that I'm hoping that you don't make here as well, which is that they're putting everybody on the tower instead of having some people push up in front of the tower. If you just stay on the tower, everybody gets to get into range of the tower before you're able to stop them. But if you stop them before they can even shoot at the tower rider gets to sail on safely without having to worry about anybody even stopping them. And even if you go down in that fight, it still takes them a little longer to be able to stop the tower, and that's going to be safer for your team. So you do end up pushing forward a little bit, about as much as you're able to with as little support as you had there. This is probably a very dangerous jump. Let me just take a quick look at the map as you're going for this. Yeah, so everybody's on the tower. There's a lot of purple ink surrounding the tower. Somebody's just gone down on the tower. All of these are signs that your jump is likely to get camped. Now, I don't know that that's the case for sure, but I bet you get splatted on landing here. Looks like your teammate has actually been able to fend them off. Not for very long. Okay. So, I don't expect that jump is going to be able to accomplish much, especially as players get more mechanically skilled, because they're only going to get to punishing that super jump faster as time goes on. Now, you're not going to get punished super hard for that super jump here because your team got a huge lead from that push, and pushing it a little further, honestly, you know, might be a good plan there. So, I don't hate that super jump in particular as much as I would if that was happening earlier. Like, if you're, you know, super jumping into the tower and they're only at, like, 75, and you've got that kind of situation where there's all of that enemy ink around it, and a player has just gone down on tower, that's probably going to set you back a significant amount more than this one does. But here, you jump back in, and you're already, you know, back in mid before the tower gets to mid. Now, this is a situation that's really dangerous where I expect you're about to get splatted. So let's see what happens to get you here. Here, I would definitely be painting, you know, anytime that you're going to land on unpainted turf and not be able to swim as quickly, I would definitely just be putting a shot down on the ground. If nothing else, so that you can use that later.
Yeah.
From here, with the hammer, you're not going to hit the hammer in all likelihood if you attack it from the front with a weapon with this slow of a fire rate. With something like a splatling or a short-range shooter, sometimes you can get away with that. But most of the time, and especially with a weapon that hits this slowly, you really want to be flanking it before you're trying to attack it. You want to hit it from the side or hit it from behind instead of hitting it from in front. And that way you're going to not get your shot canceled out. You also drop off this ledge, and you drop off very, very close to the ledge. So you're not going to get very close to someone doing this. You look at the enemy team, 3 of their weapons outrange you by a lot. The Wipers and the Tri-Stringer all outrange you significantly. So dropping down on someone, especially someone who you know happens to have just been holding a hammer, you need to get especially close to them to know that you're going to be able to put shots on them, because otherwise they just back up and press ZR repeatedly, and you can't actually get close enough to them before they splat you, which I expect is what probably happens here. Yep, they just kite you back. So kiting is backing up and shooting at the same time, so that if they have longer range than you, they keep you out of range for longer while still being able to do damage themselves. And that's the most effective way for a long-ranged weapon to beat a shorter-ranged weapon. And that's what they do to you.
I think I slowly underestimated my range right there, and I tried to like go a little bit earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Thought I could get that pick, but I didn't.
So that's something that I think you'll want to work on a little bit in the practice room, especially, is like figuring out exactly how close you need to be to something to hit it. So like just walk around without like moving, you know, and shooting, and get yourself positioned next to a target and be like, can I hit that target from where I'm standing right now? And think about that, and then test it for yourself and get it to where you're figuring that out sooner. Because I think what's happening is you're seeing an opponent and you're like, oh, time to start shooting at them, and you're not recognizing that you're not close enough to start shooting at them yet. And so you'd improve a lot mechanically just with the one change that you're getting closer to someone before you start attacking them with this weapon. So let's talk about that position on defense there. This is a little bit dangerous to push into. They have a Toxic Mist in your way, which is going to make it so that you move slower, and you're already going to move pretty slow going up a wall. Walls are not great positions to be on because you can't see very well, and also you have to release the wall to be able to attack. So it's pretty vulnerable. I would probably just back up here instead of trying to keep attacking here, because once again, you don't have the range to be able to hit over the top like this. Maybe you could hit this with like a standard slosher, but they have to be actively trying to run off the ledge to get hit by these sloshes here. And so they just pop the hammer knowing that you're right in front of them, and they're able to take you out that way. Also, we did just see that the hammer pushed up into our base. I would be very careful about how I'm jumping out here, because they're going to be pretty close to us. We kind of just swim by them there, and we kind of get lucky that they don't do anything about it. The opponents that are pushed up into your base are probably more important to deal with right at this moment. Yeah, you can get past them, but you can't get past them very quickly because you're going to have a wall in front of you before you get to the tower. So they have time to figure out, oh, they got past me and collapse on you. What's up?
You cut out for a second, it's fine.
Oh, okay. Were you able to hear enough to understand?
Yeah, just like don't get too far because then they're gonna collapse. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. So deal with the ones that are in your base first. Is the rest of that. Also, thank you so much for the gifted memberships, Quoff. I keep saying it in different ways, and I don't know why, because I've already had that conversation. Thank you so much, Quoff. I really appreciate that. And enjoy your gifted memberships, folks. Now you'll be able to vote on what comps we use in Silly Comp Sundays. Somebody else is pointing out the time that you dropped off the ledge was a good opportunity to use they said Disruptor. This is the Toxic Mist, but same difference. Good opportunity to use that as well, and I agree. Whenever you get a chance to throw Toxic Mist on the tower, that's really annoying for them to deal with because it makes it very hard for them to sustain, and it makes it a lot easier for them to attack if your teammates are trying to get them off. There, good job recognizing that they were close to you with the Splatana Wiper and using your faster kill time to overcome their range advantage. Now, this player we don't quite see soon enough there, but our teammates are able to take them out and trade back, so that's fine. And it looks like the range blaster gets another one, so we're in pretty good shape here. Remember that, you know, we need paint to function on this comp. More paint than our weapons would typically give us. That's something to be aware of here, that we're getting kind of hemmed in because we don't have a lot of paint down on the floor. Here, when you get damaged that much from the fight earlier, it's important to sit down in your ink and heal before you try to peek out again. You jump in, and then there's a fight that happens over the tower, where you get damaged a bit, and like look at your screen right now. Look at how many of these damage indicators there are on the outside edges of it. This means that you're very close to being splatted. You're one shot to most weapons at this point. And so we move over here, we heal it a little bit, but we don't heal it all the way. And so by the time we poke ourselves out, we're not all the way healed, and these 3 shots from the Tri-Stringer that wouldn't normally be able to splat us, they are able to splat us because we're damaged prior to getting over there. So it's important to, when you get damaged, heal yourself up before you try and go do too much more so that that doesn't happen. And for those who don't know, yes, you do heal faster when you drop down into your own color ink, as long as you're not touching any enemy ink at all. Even if you're mostly in your ink, but you're touching a patch of enemy ink, that will halt the healing. So make sure that you're finding a really good painted spot and using that. This would be a phenomenal inkjet spot right here. It's difficult for them to approach your inkjet jump, and you're going to be able to get high ground by going up over the left side here so that you can shoot down at people and take advantage of your extra range over them. Also make it harder for you to hit. This would be another good inkjet spot. Anytime that you're underneath a ledge is a good inkjet spot. Anytime that you can move up to high ground is a good inkjet spot. So I definitely try to keep track of when you get that special, and whenever you hear that ding ding, start looking for a spot that you can use the inkjet from, because it is powerful if you're able to get it off from a position that works well for it. Nice. Alright, so we get a 1-for-1 trade there, but I like that you're able to splat the hammer there, and you're trying to play from the side of it instead of playing from in front of it like before.
That Tri-Stringer is really good in that game.
Yeah, what they're doing a lot is they're playing predictively. They're seeing where they expect you to go, and they're putting arrows in that spot, which is really smart. I haven't seen them hitting crazily aimed shots where they're hitting all 3 arrows and one-shotting people, but that's not really that much of what the weapon is about. It is a lot about this more tactical play where you're trying to figure out where people are. And this is a really good disengage from them, actually. I will give them credit for that. They're recognizing that they're in danger very soon, and rather than just staying in there and going down with the ship and trying to keep tapping ZR, they're recognizing, I don't win this, and they're running away, and they actually managed to get away because of it. So, well played from them there, too. Once you see that your shots are missing, especially with a weapon that shoots as slowly as the Tri-Slosher does, you really need to be repositioning. So as soon as you slosh out there and you don't see that hit marker, or you don't hear that sound effect that shows you hit someone, it's time to dip.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So all we really need to do at this point is to stop the tower from being taken and pushing all the way to lead. We got a huge advantage. They did get through a checkpoint, which is definitely a little bit more dangerous, but that fight, you win if at any point in like the 4 or 5 sloshes that you use, you just stop sloshing because you recognize you're missing, swim forward for like half a second, and then start sloshing again. This player does not get away if you just do that. So try to recognize like when you're missing shots, and as soon as you are missing any shots on the opponent that you're looking for, because like your weapon, it's relatively easy not to miss with, so you should anticipate it's not because you're aiming poorly, it's just that you're not going to hit them from where you're standing. So there especially, like, you got one player, you can back up from that and like heal back up before you go back in, you know, get a better position before you go back in. But because you're mashing the ZR button here, you're staying stuck in a fight that you don't really win, and you go down unnecessarily. So that's the biggest thing. I think it's that mechanical aspect of the game that you just don't want to keep committing to fights when you're not hitting shots or when you're not in range to hit shots. Make sure you're in range and like swim up as far as you need to before you are in range, and then start firing. And also, if you start missing or like it's starting to get dangerous, instead of just mashing the ZR buttons, try to break that habit and instead swim away when you need to move away defensively. And also use your inkjet. Inkjet's not completely useless. It is worse in this game than it was, and it wasn't great in Splatoon 2 either, but it is usable, and it can get you splats once you start learning how to use it. So recognize when you've got enough paint in your gauge to use it, and look for spots where you can use it. Good inkjet spots include being underneath ledges so that you can get up over the top of someone. They include places where you have high ground, because it makes it way harder for them to hit you when you're that high up in the air. And here, let me find Tri-Slosher. And there's spots where your jump is going to be hidden from the enemy team, so that they can't see where you're going to land and camp you for using it. So, for example, let's say I want to splat this player right here. Rather than just inkjetting from like way back here, where I'm not as close to them and they can dodge the projectile and also my jump is out in the open, I want to inkjet... Oh wait, are you seeing this? Yeah, you are seeing it.
Yeah, I'm watching it on YouTube.
Cool. If you're up here, you're closer to them, so this shot is easier. They also have less warning that it's coming, because they couldn't see you from underneath the ledge. And when you return, you're hidden from anybody who's up over the top. Like, someone who's here cannot see that jump because of the angle that they're at. So underneath ledges is great. Any place that you're able to get up really high and like start inkjetting from up here is great, because if I'm down here, I can't hit that inkjet. So I'm going to lose that engagement if I try to take it. So this is a great spot for an inkjet to be like as high up as possible and behind as much cover as possible, which ledges help you do, because you can start from below where they didn't see you, then immediately rise up, get an easy shot on whoever's on the ledge, and then use the ledge to rise up as high as you can go and get to this max height where you're going to have the most impact.
Yeah. I think I kind of forgot about my inkjet. That came... Just, like,
yeah, there was like that one particular time where you had it charged and you ended up not remembering to use it. But I think that was really the only time where I looked at it and I was like, this would be a great time to inkjet. I think a lot of the other times you were just dying before you were charging it. So those ideas of like, you know, disengaging once you realize you're missing something, like, oh, like here, oh, I missed, I need to not be there, or oh, I missed, they know where I am right now, and I'm using it from far enough, or from close enough that I'm not actually missing, but oh no, I'm missing, I need to reposition. You know, that sort of habit is going to keep you alive longer, and that's going to make it so you get more inkjets out in that time.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So thank you so much for coming on the show. Was happy to have you, and we're gonna move on next to another lesson. But if you ever have any questions that come up like after the fact that just occurred to you, feel free to send me a DM.
Okay. Bye, people on chat. Bye.
See ya. All right, so we're going to be getting Sky Clan. I misread it earlier as something else, but Sky Clan is going to hop in the VC here, and we're going to talk about, because I forgot about the replay codes getting scrubbed, and so we might need to do something here to get another recording. Okay. So, replay code got scrubbed. It's a verb that applies. Anyway, we're waiting for SkyClan to get on. Normally, we'd only do 2 VOD reviews, but we actually have a Metafy lesson that got reserved. So we're going to be doing that during this time as well. And I also still want to finish talking about the VOD review, not the VOD review, the patch notes. Can we test out Dynamo? Sure, I can. I don't know exactly what the damage was like before, so I couldn't tell you whether, you know, how much better it feels, but I'll give you some stuff to look at here. So I'll figure out where the one-shot range is. One shot is about 2 lines away, a little bit more than 2 lines away with the horizontal. And then the vertical one shot is going to be 3 lines away. Maybe is that's about 90. Maybe I need to get a little closer. Yeah, a little bit closer. There. So it's like 2.5 lines away. So I don't know what it was before, but that's where that is. And then 50 damage from a horizontal. Oh, wow. 50 damage from a horizontal is like further than 3 lines away. Yeah, that's like here. So that does 50. And then what does this do 50 from? Probably like practically sniper range, yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 lines back. So that's where they changed that. Had the one hit range of splash. Yeah, this is longer range than a splash now. Where was splash? There it is. Oh, wait, splash you said. Oh, never mind, never mind. I was thinking sploosh. It's still about the same, if that was the case. Yeah, they buffed it like by this much, if that's the case. That doesn't seem huge. Might have an impact though. Don't see waiting room VC. So I'm pulling up the VOD right now. We're having a little bit of trouble finding the channel, but I think they should have access to it, so we should be able to get them in pretty soon. Meantime, I will pull this up, and it is big. It is very big. We're going to unbigify it. You know what? I'm just gonna start a voice call with him. Glad you guys liked the Tri-Slosher review. I'm seeing some positive reviews of my review. All right. Showing some really cool tests with his videos if you'd like to compare. Oh, okay. So he was testing the stuff that was going to change. Got it. Welcome, SkyClan. Hello?
Yeah, so I saw I found the waiting room, and then it was taking like 5 minutes to try to connect to it, and then you called me, so I was like, oh, I'll just go do that then.
Yeah, if you're having trouble with that, then we won't mess with it. We won't get the cool Discord overlay above my head, but
Oh,
at least you're good.
sorry.
And I'm going to really quickly screen share so that you're seeing what I'm seeing, so that you can see it at the same time that I'm actually saying words.
Yeah,
There
instead
you
of
go.
with the stream delay.
What was that?
Instead of with the YouTube stream delay.
Right, exactly. Okay. So that should be good for us to get started here. So this is a competitive team that they play together.
Yeah.
Hmm?
It is, yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. I was saying that because I knew it for the audience's sake. But what I think you said what division you guys were in earlier, and I forget.
I don't think I did
maybe
because
you
I don't
did.
actually know. This team did actually play in Ludy once before I joined, and I think they said that they were like high Div 11 to maybe could have gotten Div 10 if they had won like one match that they had lost.
Okay.
But that was before I had joined, and we have not played Ludy since I've joined.
Sounds good. Okay. So, well, there's only been one Ludy season in Splatoon 3 so far, and it's the first Ludy season that had a Div 11. So they're probably estimating there, or unless you're already involved in it right now and you just haven't played a Ludy set yet.
No, I haven't. I don't know the specifics because I wasn't there.
Yeah.
But I don't remember if it may have been like a Splatoon 2 thing, or I don't even know if the team like was a thing before Splatoon 3 came out. So I don't really know specifics exactly, but it's like very, very low end. We're not that high on the totem pole.
Yeah. And you got to start somewhere, right? So I'm sure there's a lot we'll be able to talk about here. So we've got matching tags, which I do appreciate. Let's see what our comp is. We've got a Slosher. Is that a Slosher Deco or a Vanilla Slosher?
That's a regular one, yeah.
Vanilla Slosher, okay.
I wouldn't play Slasher Deco. It has angle shooter, and I don't know how to use Zipcaster properly either. So
Yeah, Zipcaster is definitely a tricky one. So yeah, I think this is probably the stronger bucket for now, unless Zipcaster gets some significant buffs, which I was kind of disappointed it didn't get in this patch. Anyway, so we've got Tri-Stringer, Roller, Arrow Spray, and Bucket. So we've got a lot of... let me think about this comp for a second. So the Arrow Spray is a weapon that paints a lot and does not fight well, but gets a really good special. The Roller is a weapon that cannot paint a lot, but does splat pretty well from short range when it gets to Shark. Honestly, that's not a bad pairing of those two together. Because the Arrow Spray is going to be able to put a lot of paint down, which is going to enable the Roller to do what it wants to do. And then even though the Arrow Spray isn't going to be able to like participate in fights as actively, it can throw Booyah Bombs to maybe set up stuff for the Roller to get popping off. I like that you're pairing this with a Slosher and a Tri-Stringer because that gives you a little bit more range. You're not just going to get completely zoned out by the enemy team. If they have like a backliner or something, you have something that you can contest those backliners with, and you also have ways that you can attack positions that are more difficult to get into. So honestly, not too bad. I think as you guys improve, your weapon pool is going to shift as you realize, like, okay, at this level, this weapon was working, but as time is going on, I'm getting punished more and more for doing this thing, and people are telling me that, like, oh, that's not a weapon that people play competitively that much, and you might experiment with other things and be like, oh, hey, this works way better, even though I only just picked it up. And so that sort of thing can happen sometimes. Right now, for example, for an ambush roller, you're seeing more of the carbon deco. Even though it's a little bit more mechanically intensive, but it splats pretty quickly still, and it's a lot more mobile. And it has a special that's a little bit more favored, I would say, for an aggressive weapon right now. The Big Bubbler can help on certain game modes, but it's also very immobile. And I think we're running Rainmaker here, which will mean that it's... Oh, wait, no, this isn't Rainmaker. This is Tower. This is Tower. This is Tower. I always get mixed up because they make it circular for some reason. Okay. Better for tower control than for anything else. I think that this is a good use case for the Splat Roller. And I like that you have Booyah Bombs for it. Like, there's a lot about this comp that I think makes sense. You've got a good spread of specials for it. So even though I'm an Aerospray hater, and I'm someone who will tell you that I don't think that ambush rollers are the wave, that I think they're always just going to be fundamentally weaker as a playstyle, even though I'm someone who will tell you that for Tri-Strike, I would probably prefer the Tend-Attack Splatter Shot right now over the Slosher just for its mobility. I can see that there are a lot of elements of this comp that can work if played well together. So I think that's a credit to you guys building this and figuring out, how to synergize with each other. So other team, they're a pretty aggressive comp. Their longest ranged weapon here is the Nautilus. They've also got a blaster and a brush, both of which are going to be trying to like flank or shark. So you got to watch out for those, and that's going to make it especially important to have paint control before you move into an area. So you got to be very careful and approach this very carefully, and you're the weapon on your team that's going to be playing fairly carefully. Like, you're going to want to look for where the Aerospray and the roller are, so that if they get into fights, you're going to be in position to help them. But you're not going to be starting fights that much yourself most of the time, unless you have like a massive range advantage over something. So like, maybe if you can get a shot on the brush, it would be worth it for you to try and go after them in some cases, but most of the time you're going to be trying to pick your fights carefully here. I'm going to turn the volume way up because I cannot hear the callouts at all.
Huh. Somebody tired of 10 missiles?
Okay.
It's a lot of sub-resistance.
I don't think bomb defense does anything for specials.
All right, nice. We get an easy little bomb kill right there. Just chuck a couple bombs at the tower, see who bites, and you do get someone. So now what we want to be hearing on comms is one of them are down, start putting pressure forward. A 3v4 is still salvageable if they get a pick right away to like trade back here. But if you start putting pressure on them and start trying to use this numbers advantage and be like, hey, if you stay there, we're going to 2v1 you, you better back up. Then you're going to be able to win some space, and you're probably going to be able to get control of the map here this way. Especially since we've got a Booyah Bomb going up in the air. We talked about this a little bit earlier on the stream, but Booyah Bomb is a special that it's one of the most powerful specials in the game, but asterisk, if you throw it by itself and don't expect like anything else to happen from your team, you're going to get nothing out of it every time. Because Booyah Bombs are avoidable. The reason that you get a lot of value out of a Booyah Bomb is that you used it on enemy players that were already under pressure. Because either the Booyah Bomb displaces them and forces them into a position they don't want to be in, and you're able to win a fight, or the enemy players are under pressure and they can't move because they're under pressure, and the Booyah Bomb gets them. That's how you get value out of a Booyah Bomb. So with the Booyah Bomb going up in the air, your team wants to be holding forward, like get in their faces and like throw that Booyah Bomb in such a way that the enemy team can't run away from you, so that they get forced forward and you get even more picks. If we just sit back and let this Booyah Bomb land without going in with
it does. It protects you from
we're not going to get a lot out of it. And as you can see, no picks happened. we did get a pick on that guy who just decided to peek you. So I guess that works out. But and maybe one thing it did do, I guess, was prevent anyone from being on the right side, so you knew any pressure that was going to happen from the enemy team was going to come from the left. So I guess you can say that for it. But I feel like you still get more out of this if your team goes in a little bit harder on top of the special.
Yeah, slasher. And
Overall, though, great coordination here. You guys see that you have advantage. You start pushing forward with it. You poke forward. You don't do anything too risky. And the roller is able to come up in a big way by getting behind them without them noticing. So that's a good fight.
I can take
I'm gonna
tower.
bubble tower in a second.
I like that you're staying in front of the tower here and trying to keep opponents away, but that you're also trying to keep your max range against those opponents so that they can't close in on you.
the brush.
This is really good. And you're one of the best weapons that you can have on your team for controlling the top right side. If you get underneath the top right over there, you're going to be able to slosh up over the top against anyone who's trying to get out there to get at the tower. So I think that's a good place for you to be.
Oh, we need to go through checkpoint first.
The left side is a little bit less important. I think here you're checking to see what the lasers are aiming at, which is good. But also, if the tower is going to get stopped at this point, it's not going to be from the left because they're just too far away. The priority right now is let's just make sure we can clear checkpoint, and then we'll push up and see what else needs to be taken care of. But if the left side can't contest the checkpoint, then focus on what can contest the checkpoint. Okay, so we're using the tri-strike to try and get in there. It looks like we aim it at the pole on accident instead of landing it dead center where we want it. So they're still going to be able to get some shots on. Oh, and then we hit the tower too. Oh no. You're aiming it at the right spot. You just happened to hit two very small pieces of level geometry. So I trust that, you know, with time and more practice, you'll be hitting those a little bit more reliably.
Oh, the tower got in the way. No.
That was a really easy opportunity to go after the Nautilus here. So the Nautilus is right here, and they're clearly, right underneath the 44, in case you can't see my mouse. And they're clearly shooting at someone who's over on the right. They're not paying attention to you. They're not paying attention to the tower. You can get into range underneath them and slosh up over the top in a position where they can't hit you, but you can hit them. And that's a really easy pick for you. Your slosh will paint up over the top and paint behind them. They can't get away. That's pretty easy for you to get from here.
It saved me, though.
It looks like you don't see it because you never go for it. Now you go and get them, but now you're being engaged on from people in the front, and you have to run away, and you go down for it.
Okay,
so I would try and get that pick a little bit earlier on, and then turn to focus on what's going on in the tower. Because the Nautilus definitely should have focused on the tower from that position. I don't think they really needed to worry that much about your tri-stringer when they're so clearly in range of the player who's standing on tower and trying to push it.
Nice, nice. That's a splat bomb.
Okay, so we're two down, and now I'm watching to see if the team plays safe here and doesn't stagger in. I don't know if you were around earlier in the stream to hear my explanation of the feed stagger loop, or if you've seen my videos so you know about it.
I have seen a video about the feed stagger, yeah.
Okay. So we want to see if we're avoiding that here.
Watch Inkbrush sharking in
Potts is a little bit far forward there, but they're not going down. They get a bunch of specials launched at them.
That's a lot of specials.
Right?
Yeah. Good bomb. Here, I would be calling immediately to Joe, back in mid-brush, to get them to turn around and pay attention to this, because they can probably intercept that brush player from the position they're at right now.
Got Nautilus. There's
they end up going down. Never mind.
Brush.
Inkbrush behind you.
Brush pushing tower.
If nothing else, I'm saying that to warn them that the brush is there. And you're definitely really far in right now. I would not want to be in this position because you're the furthest player forward, so you're the one that they're going to engage on, and you've put yourself somewhere where, can you see my mouse, by the way?
Yeah, I can.
So if they get up here, a shorter ranged weapon than you, can drop down on you and immediately be in range of you before you see that they're coming. And that's a danger to you as a weapon that wants to keep its range against something like the blaster or the brush, so that they can't chase you down.
Blaster.
Like here, the blaster got in range of you, and if that was a direct instead of an indirect, you're just splatted and there's nothing you can do about it. So you luck out that they don't manage to hit 2 shots, but they definitely had the advantage in that fight.
Poor play on my part.
Behind your pods, Inkbrush.
I got you.
Thank you.
All right. I like that you're calling that fight out and everyone's focusing on it before you head forward again. Like, you're seeing, wait, I need to wait to make sure that this fight is wrapping up behind me, and then you're looking forward again. Those are all good habits.
I'm gonna go try and take care of this Nautilus.
Okay,
Blaster left side.
No, blaster left side.
With auto bombs, it helps a lot of the time when you're not threatened to swim towards them to get them to explode deliberately, so that you get them out of play before they have a chance to make more of an impact. Because if that auto bomb stays alive and keeps chasing you, and then the enemy team engages when it's not safe, now you've got more of a problem than if the auto bomb exploded before they had a chance to do anything with it. It also just means it's controlling where you decide to go for less time than it would in the situation that you let it continue to exist.
Need to wait for a storm to wear off.
Ah, dang Nautilus.
That would have been a great place to throw a bomb right behind the tower there, because the Nautilus was clearly trying to use that for cover and peek out behind you, and you would have forced them back a little bit. I don't know if you would have gotten a splat, but with the number of bombs you've gotten on players already so far, I think it would have been a good opportunity. But you also need to be really careful here, because you're down a player, and you don't want to stagger, and the way that you stagger is by continuing to take fights at a numbers disadvantage. Now, with Joe flanking around left, I don't hate the idea of continuing to stay in and trying to paint forward to maybe get their attention and give Joe a better flank opportunity, but in order to keep them off you, you're going to need to be extremely disciplined about how you approach enemy paint. I would probably, at this point, since you have special, and since you have 3 specials on your team, so you have others to follow up with, I would back up maybe a little bit, but throw a bomb behind the tower, and then just chuck all of your tri-strikes at it, and then throw another bomb. And just get that whole kind of bomb rush idea, that whole kind of smoke screen going out in mid. Because when you make it so that they can't see things, and you make it that there's a lot of stuff they have to avoid, that makes it a lot easier for your roller player, Joe, to get in on the flank and get some stuff done before they get seen.
Ah, dang Nautilus.
But from here with your main weapon, you get splatted if they slosh one more time. Which they did.
Lost the slosher duel.
No, oh, I didn't realize there was a...
Generally, if... as a roller, as a slosher especially, and this is something that I talked about a lot with the previous VOD review, but with the slosher, you have a really slow fire rate. And so it makes it especially important, more so than with most other weapons, that if you're missing, you need to move. You can't just keep mashing the ZR button and continuing to go for a fight when your shots are already showing that they're not hitting. So try to work on recognizing that you are hitting them. And if you're not getting that hit marker, if you're not like hearing the sound effect, then after that slosh, try to move somewhere to either get your aim on or just get out of that engagement so that you're not staying still and getting targeted by someone who does have their aim on. Once the big bubbler goes out and you go down, I'd say for the roller, you probably just want to sit back and wait for a second, because there's not a lot to make the flank work for your team. The reason the flanks have been working so far is that Joe has been going in when the rest of the team has also been going in. Flanks only tend to work, especially the higher level you get, when the rest of your team is going in from a different direction. If you're going in by yourself on a flank, early on you're going to get triple kills with a roller because you have such a short kill time. But as time goes on, that will become less and less effective. People will kite you back more effectively. People will paint defensively and find you. And you'll end up finding that that flank is just a 1v3 unless your teammates are pushing in at the same time as you are. So a flank is really a team-dependent play. It's something that you really need to have either a very good intuitive sense of what your team is going to do if you're going to do it in solo queue, or it needs to be called out that you're going in for it so that your team can go in at the right time if you're doing it in coordinated play. And right here, it looks like they kind of try and go in seeing that you're going in, but you're going in on a fight that you probably don't want to keep taking because your feet are starting to get painted, you're starting to get closed in on, and you're at a numbers disadvantage. So you never want to commit that hard when you're at a numbers disadvantage. And then they go in, and not only are you down by that point, but there's also a big bubbler around the tower. So this ends up being a relatively weak play because we're not going in together, and we're not taking note of the fact that we're down to regroup and play defensively until we've got all of that extra firepower. Because now we're staggered a little bit. Now the arrow spray and the tri-stringer are in position to maybe do stuff,
Why is it not?
How do
but
you
it's a
not realize
2v4.
There's a bubble in the tower. Like, I'm just curious.
Because I was beneath the tower,
Okay.
beneath and behind, so it wasn't even like I was.
Rush got me.
Right side.
All right. So I do like your positioning in this fight in general.
Rush got me.
You are in a position where you can keep your range against them. You miss a lot of shots before you start hitting them, though. Like, this is, I think, 3 or 4 shots that you fire, and you only hit one of them because you only get the assist on the one player here. So before you drop, make sure you know where you're going to have to aim next so that you've got your aim set before you drop and you're not spending time while you're putting yourself in danger getting your aim on. You already have it on by the time you get there, so you're using your time more efficiently and keeping yourself safer.
Got
As for the rest of the team here,
beneath and behind, so it wasn't even like I was.
Rush got me.
Tots, I feel, is going in a little
Beneath
bit
it.
too aggressively here. There's a lot of orange ink in front of them. Paint support weapons, especially like the arrow spray, ones that are relatively weak at fighting with their main weapons, they're not the players you want going in first. And I think that is one thing that I would say about this comp that I definitely don't like. The roller wants to shark their way in. The slosher is going to walk in slowly, keeping their range from anyone who can push it. And the arrow spray has too short of a range to frontline for anything. Like, every weapon except maybe the brush is going to outrange the arrow spray. So any weapon that it tries to push in against is going to be able to just hold, ZR and walk backwards and beat the arrow spray if they know where it's coming from. So the way that you tend to see it is that the paint support weapons are not the weapons that are going in first, even though they have more access to enemy paint. They're actually following behind the frontliners that are pushing in to control space, and they're securing that space by painting up as the frontliners push the enemy team out of it. So you actually want the arrow spray to be playing a little bit more on the back line, even though it's a very short-ranged weapon, because that's how it's going to lock that turf in for your team. So I would say that the biggest weakness of the comp, now that I'm looking at it and thinking about it that way, is that you don't have a weapon that is going to be good at just walking forward at the enemy team in front and making them move. You don't have something like an aggressive short-range shooter, so like a Splash-O-Matic, a 52 gal, a splatter shot. You don't have something that is going to be able to engage very quickly, like a Tetradulies. Everything that your team is going to try and do is either going to have to be set up by getting like a random bomb kill or by getting a flank around the enemy team, which is a play that takes time to set up. So maybe you can get some picks with the tri-stringer, maybe you can get some picks with the bombs or the slosher, but you don't have much of an actual front line here per se. You kind of have a midline, a support, and an aggressive flanking weapon with an anchor. And having something that can actually frontline and push the enemy team backwards can be important in situations like this where you're locked out and you need to get some space back. Without an aggressive frontline weapon, you're relying on something like specials or bombs to maintain space. So in order to do that, you would want Potts, who I believe is the arrow spray here,
And behind.
to be backing up and painting for special a little bit more, and then using the Booyah Bomb to get you guys in, and then you're going to be able to take those
Rush
fights
got
more
me.
aggressively.
Got 2, 3. I got Slasher.
All right.
They're all dead.
So that's a lot of them down. When you win a fight, definitely, drop into the ink and, start healing and collecting information. But you want to be making sure you're making your way towards where the rest of the fight is, so that if the teammates over there end up needing help, you're able to lend the full numbers advantage of your team that you've earned to that engagement. But your team
I have
wins really
bubbles,
well
I'm gonna
here.
continue pushing tower a little bit.
I think that this is a little bit premature on the tri-strike. You could probably have just laid a bomb where that player was trying to drop over the ledge and had a significant threat on them. And you also could have put a bomb on the jump that was coming in. I don't know if you saw this jump.
Yeah,
I have bubbles, so I'm gonna.
So do you see that there's a jump right in front here? You there?
Yeah, I'm thinking I probably wouldn't have been able. Well, I see it now, but I probably didn't see that at the time because I was throwing a tri-strike. So.
Gotcha. So you're focusing so much on that. I think something that would benefit you a lot is to work on throwing tri-strike in the lobby, in the training room. I think getting more comfortable with where it's going to go when you throw it and how to aim it will help save you a lot of time. Because it's a very vulnerable special while it's active. You want to be getting those 3 throws off fairly quickly so that, or standing from relative safety, so that you're not getting punished for trying to use them.
Continue pushing tower a little bit.
Yeah, I'm coming up behind.
Blaster's low.
Blaster right side. Behind us.
Got him.
Okay.
Nice job kiting that player back. You use your range perfectly there. You're jumping and attacking so that even though your feet get painted, you're continuing to move backwards while you're attacking them.
Mid.
You hit your shots and you
shoot.
get out of range in time that their second blast doesn't hit, but your second slosh does. So that was really well played there. From here, it's really hard for you to get in there and help Joe. But whenever it's difficult for you to get in with your main weapon, remember that your sub-weapon goes further. Here, I would be throwing a splat bomb in Joe's direction to protect them from the splat, from the ink brush here that's trying to run toward them.
Flash coming up behind you.
No, go away.
I do like that you call that.
Okay, I traded with him, which is good because I was weak.
By you, by the way, am I referring to the person who is in the call with me here, or is this one of your teammates?
What do you mean by that?
Like, is this you and your recording, or is this like one of your teammates that we're watching on the slosher?
Yeah, this is mine.
Oh, right. You were talking about how you were aiming the tri-strike before. Duh.
Yeah.
I'm an amnesiac. I forget things. Yeah, totally.
There's
That's
just blaster near tower.
I wasn't dumb. I have a memory disorder. Yes, totally.
I'm coming in.
I'm going left side. Faster. Mid. On me.
Okay. Let's back that up for a second.
I'm coming in.
I'm going left side. Faster. Mid.
Oh,
on me.
Nautilus on there. Flat. Thing.
Well, I could have sworn I got there now.
I'm trying to look at what we're seeing. So, we do want to get someone on tower here, but I think the first order of business as soon as you get on tower is you want to be painting the block behind you. That's a really good escape route if the tower is getting aggressed. And it looks like there's a lot of junk that's happening in the middle here. There's a lot of fighting, a lot of like weirdness going on over here. So, having someone in the top right on the enemy team, having multiple players up there on the enemy team, and not having a lot of your teammates in position to aggress them right away, especially since you're one of the players who's best suited to that, but you're not in range of it. I wouldn't expect to be able to push the tower too far just yet. You'd probably want to back up onto this block. So, yeah, all right. I did a dumb, guys. I admit it. I'm sorry. And I probably shouldn't be joking about amnesia because that's actually a really sad thing to happen a lot of the time. Anyway, we end up going down because we stay on the tower. We kind of go down with the ship here. Remember that in tower control, it's always an option to just get on the tower and back up. Like, just get there so that it stays there for another 5 seconds. Give your team a little bit more time to push in and move the enemy defenders out of the way. And then maybe you can get back on and actually make some progress. But with the Nautilus up there, I'm trying to think what you would want to use for it. You do have your special charged, So maybe what you do is you try to use the tri-strike to clear that area out, and then you get on tower, and then hopefully by the time the tri-strike is cleared and the Nautilus is able to get up towards the ledge, you're able to slosh up over the top of it and clear them away.
Well, I could have sworn I got
But from here, we're now in a 2v3, and we want to be calling for our teammates to back up, because this is a disadvantageous position.
Blaster behind you guys.
We wipe out for that, so...
That's not good.
Blaster on tower.
A little bit of an overcommitment to that fight, but it was already kind of scrappy even before we kind of dove in. So I like the way we're just kind of poking
doesn't
here.
protect you against
We're not trying to get too committed to any
missiles?
kind of
That's
engagements
true.
here.
I always thought it did.
Unfortunately, Blaster does get a
missiles,
pick
that's
on
true.
your Aerospray here. And again, this is one of the big weaknesses of the Aerospray, that just like, it's really hard for it to exist. When it's allowed to exist, it puts out a lot of Booyah Bombs and puts out a lot of paint, which is helpful. There's still an argument to be made about exactly how helpful that is, but the problem is that it doesn't get to do stuff if it's dead. And it gets dead a lot, because it has very short range, its aim RNG is pretty tragically bad, and so it's just not going to fare well if it doesn't know exactly where the opponents are, and it's not playing safe relative to enemy paint. Like, how does it find something to paint if, as soon as it approaches enemy paint, it's getting shot by something that outranges it? That makes it really challenging to run the weapon sometimes. So typically, if you see like a hyper paint focused weapon or a hyper paint focused playstyle like that, you're pairing it with some very, very aggressive frontline weapons that are going to be shoving the enemy team away. So something like a Tetradulies is actually a really good pairing with something like a Junior or an Aerospray, because the Tetradulies clears the space and then the Junior fills in that space behind it. And it can rely on the fact that the Tetras is going to actually push the enemy team back. And it's mutually beneficial, because the Tetras needs the paint to be able to shark, but the Aerospray needs the space to be able to paint. So they kind of work well together in that sense. Without, something that's going to be able to just dive in on the front door, with something that's going to have to flank like Joe is constantly doing here, the Aerospray isn't going to have as much room to function here. So that's one way that the comp might be hamstringing it a little bit. Joe is going around for a left side flank. I worry here, with this many times that Joe has gone for a flank, that the enemy team is going to be looking for it at this point and is going to be starting to counterplay it. Especially now that you're not going to be able to engage them as hard from in front, now that a player's gone down. I worry for Joe's safety in this position.
Well, in S2 it did. I know that.
Oh.
Well, they were not looking, as it
Last
turns
stop
out,
on a
and
plat.
Joe goes up and just whomps on the Nautilus for free. And that's awesome also that Joe is able to disengage from this fight. I love that as soon as Joe sees that this brush is starting to get in range, that they don't mess around with it and they just dip out of there, because they know that they are already damaged and they don't want to take any more damage on top of it. And they're able to get into a position that they can actually hold pretty well back here, which they already have painted, and they're going to be okay in all likelihood. So, well played from Joe. Meantime, there is a fight in front, which I want both of these two players to be collapsing on. They do collapse on it. Excellent.
They have jumps.
So you guys are in a good position to start moving in on the tower, which you do. Excellently done. From here,
left side.
I do want you to be pushing up a little bit. While you're not fantastic at pushing it, because you don't paint super quickly, and there are going to be some gaps in your paint. Knowing that this many players are down and that your teammates are coming up with you, you can play a little bit more aggressively just to take a little bit more space and maybe try and get in a better position to be able to aggress the enemy team as they spawn back in. Like, your team can absolutely be past mid right now. There's this little chicken friend right here is not enough that you should be scared of sitting past mid and maybe behind the block that's, at the edge of mid or behind the pillow or something. Like, you can get pretty far forward off of this and lock them out of more of the map than you are.
Blaster and mid? Or they were? I don't know where they just went off.
I'm gonna bubble up there.
Like, I'm not a huge fan of you as the non-tower rider being behind the tower as it pushes forward. The way that you're going to be able to keep a tower push going is by controlling the space that the tower has to push through. So the area on the tower path in front of the tower is what you want control of. If you're letting the tower go in first, what's stopping an enemy player from just walking right up to the tower and shooting at it immediately? You want a buffer in between the tower and any enemy player that can defend. So you want to be moving forward more aggressively here.
Brush is near tower.
Oh, almost had brush.
I'm not
For
gonna keep
context, I
pushing
think
this.
you're playing further back than your tri-stringer is at that point. Okay, they're right there on the same kind of
We have
position.
leeches.
Like, you can definitely get in there a little bit more, and as long as your teammates are the ones engaging the fights, you should be able to help them finish the fights with your main weapon. If you're too far away to do that, then you might as well be playing a junior for all the good the main weapon is doing for you, because a junior is going to be able to throw more splat bombs.
Don't die at this point and try to defend and keep
If
trying.
that is an idea if junior is a weapon that any of you guys play, I think that would actually be a good combination of things to have, because it'll be a combination of like the splat bombs you have from the slosher right now with the big bubbler you have from the roller right now. So if you were trying to move more in a meta direction but have similar elements in the comp, a junior is right up your alley.
Yeah, just keep.
Because it's also a spray shooter, so it's combining like it's the sub weapon you've got from the slosher, a similar main weapon to what you've got with the arrow spray, but slightly better at fighting, and the good special that you've got on your splat roller, all wrapped up into one weapon.
Tower. Oh, I almost had tower. It wouldn't let me climb the wall for some reason.
No, I shouldn't have died.
Running mad.
I do like the way that you're
Because
backing
you
up
just
here and
hate
playing
bombs.
defensively, but what I'm finding now is that you seem to be locking into this like kind of backline sort of play style, where you're playing extremely safe to the point where there are some fights where you might be able to actually have an impact on with your main weapon that you're choosing not to. The positioning here again is more like what your tri-stringer should be doing, where you're keeping yourself alive at all costs, whereas there are some cases where like a slosher here, because this is similar to the soda slosher kit that was in Splatoon 2. That was a very aggressive weapon. You can kind of get in there and scrap sometimes. You can get in there and like finish fights that your teammates start, and I'm not seeing a lot of that element of the weapon. I'm not seeing a lot of the Slayer play style here. And I'd like to see more of that, especially since we're so starved for frontline pressure by the weapons that we've got on the front lines.
Watch going right
It's both
side.
guns, I think. Got blaster?
Yeah, when you're moving around, try and make sure that you're keeping your camera focused on where the enemy team is going to come from. Like, you can swim sideways to the right here while keeping your camera looking at mid, but when you turn your camera here, it's harder for you to see what could potentially be moving in on you, and that's dangerous.
Got blaster? No, Nautilus, don't do it. Okay, he did it. No,
Also
Nautilus,
remember
don't
that
do it.
any place where you're going to pop the tri-strike from, that is where you do want to be moving back really far, because you're going to be vulnerable for the entire time you've got it active. So you don't want anyone to be able to get close to you in the time it takes to throw all three of those markers.
Okay, he did it.
Oh, I died to a bomb. I got two.
Nice,
Tower's
just take
clear.
tower, take tower.
It's just
Don't
Nautilus
tower,
on tower. Watch.
All right. Well, that's an interesting scramble at the end
Super
there.
jumps on tower. Oh,
And you're able to get him. Nice.
The jump
I-
start so bad.
I only play Mario. I only.
So in general, you're playing very passively. You're throwing some good bombs, but those bombs are going to get fewer and fewer picks as players get more mechanically skilled. I want to see you going in individually more for fights that your teammates initiate, and I don't even feel like your teammates are you or your teammates are necessarily playing the comp wrong. It's more that I feel like you're being held back a little bit by the comp because you don't have someone who's shoving them in from the front side to enable the flanks from Joe or to create space for you, the slosher, and your tri-stringer to move in as far. The aerospray is tending to go down a lot because it's an aerospray and it's not, that kind of aggressive frontline weapon. It's not going to have as big of an impact at shoving the enemy team away So you're losing some frontline pressure because of that, and it's not getting as many booyah bombs off as it would if it were staying alive. So let's take a look at this second game.
That's like the best Mario Kart though. So
Normally we do one of these at a time, but they reserved 2 sessions on Metafy, so we're doing one each back to back. So that was about an hour there, and then we'll take some more time going over this one for them as well. So same exact comp from our side.
It's the best Mario Kart, but my most
and their comp is very different.
I used to play it.
We've got
all the time
E-Leader
with my brother.
L3, T-Tech, Junior. So Junior is going to be setting up bubbles on tower. You know that that's their game plan from the get-go. They're going to have a crab, so watch out for the crab tank. This is like almost meta. If you were to take like the L3 and replace it with the splash, and maybe, I don't know, Junior hasn't been doing too hot, you'd probably replace that with the splash too. But otherwise, like, that's something that you can definitely run
in the car
even at a very high level of play.
I don't have like 5 to 6 shots. Careful. On right side.
I'm pretty sure.
E-Leader in mid. He's
going
just
back.
Gonna...
Why is E-Leader in mid?
Why is it?
So, why is E-Leader in mid? Why is E-Leader in mid? Why is E-Leader in mid? Let's make sure that on comms, we're trying to keep them clean to the point where if somebody calls a play, we're not talking over them with something that's less important than that play. So we only want to be feeding our teammates information that's going to be useful for what we have to do right in front of us.
Isn't E-Leader in mid more?
Because he has a main of quick super.
We need to make E-Leader a Slayer.
This is not a position where I want pots on tower at all. We have no advantage in terms of numbers or positioning on the map. We don't even have special advantage. We don't have a big bubbler on tower. This is just like really early to be trying to make a push like this. And yes, they're going to pop the booyah bomb, but with you guys so far back, they can just shred this and not have to worry about it. So I would say that this is too early to be making this play. We always want to make sure that we have an advantage before we start to try and play the objective. Because playing the objective puts you at a disadvantage, so you need an advantage to compensate for that.
Dude.
That's a bubble.
That is a bubble.
So now we're getting zoned out really hard, and they're aggressing on us here. Joe might get a shark off here. They do get one. We get another. Seeing that Joe is here out of the corner of our eye as we come down this way, and seeing them as we turn over here as well, you want to be realizing that, oh, wait, if they're staying there, that means they're going to take a fight soon. So I should be in a position where I can assist with that fight in some way. And so from here, as soon as Joe pops out and jack-in-the-box at this guy, like, peekaboo, I see you. From here, you want to be supporting Joe, because now they're alone in enemy ink if you don't throw some sloshes their way, throw some bombs at the people who are attacking them. They managed to get the picks here. They get 3. But you can definitely be assisting to make sure that that's more reliable, especially against players with more mechanical skill who will actually know how to kite a roller back.
Okay, push.
I'm just gonna bubble up tower. If you can booyah that on the right side.
Leader.
That'll do. I'm gonna bubble now because there's an E-Leader.
You told me to booyah after I
Leader going.
Oh, okay, whoops. I thought that was someone on the
now
call for some
there's
reason.
an E-Leader.
You told me to booyah after I
Leader
sent
going
booyah.
back.
This would be a phenomenal time to start throwing out tri-strikes. We see that there's a bunch of players out in the enemy court in this area out here, and starting to displace them and make them expose their positions would make it a lot safer for the tower to be pushing through here. This bubble is going to get shredded really fast if we don't put out some pressure in front of the tower. And so I'm worried that this tower push is going to end pretty quick.
And I just hoped it was near the right area.
Yeah, it was fine.
Okay, there we go. I like that we're throwing those out. Dude. It might be a little too late, though, to save the push.
No, don't.
Okay, we do
get enough. They're only back.
No, we don't get enough for the checkpoint. Yeah. I think if we throw that out there a little earlier and commit more members forward to the fight, we have a better opportunity there. I don't like that we have 2 players on tower here as we go around.
And I just hope
there should basically never be 2 players on tower unless you're at the very end of the game. It's a desperation situation. You need to make sure that somebody is on tower to continue to trigger overtime. Otherwise, when the player who is a higher priority to be the tower rider is on tower, get the other player off the tower. So right, Joe, like, we need Joe forward creating space here because they're not hitting anything from on the tower. Max can hit something from on the tower because they play the tri-stringer, but Joe just doesn't have the range, and so we need Joe intercepting the enemy team before they get to the tower, rather than waiting for them to get there and, in all likelihood, getting sniped off the tower before anything else happens.
It was near the right area.
Yeah, it was fine.
So Joe's starting to go in now, and they're going in with those tri-strikes, but because they go in as late as they do, and because the tri-strikes go in as late as they do, the tri-stringer just gets overwhelmed, and we lose the tower rider before anything else can happen.
I got him.
So we're going to get lead, which is fine, but also lead of 67, I think it is. This is not going to hold. Very, very few games of tower control ever go by where nobody clears the first checkpoint. You can't count on this being something you can just defend and win the game with. So if you're going to push, you want to be pushing through a checkpoint. Like, that's your goal. If you're at an advantage and you're going for a push, you want to keep going until such a time as you can either clear one of those objectives, one of those checkpoints, or it becomes unsafe. And then you just abandon the push. It doesn't matter that much that you got, past 76 to 67, because if your team wipes going down with a ship on this push, they're going to be able to clear the first checkpoint on their return push.
Their only badges on their splat tag are for E-Leader and Splat Charger.
Oh, don't say 7 exists. 7 was good, Astral.
We're having a little fun on the mic for sure, but if this is like a serious competitive tournament, we don't probably want that kind of chatter during the middle of the game. Maybe before the game a little bit, maybe during, all of the downtime that you're going to be in during a tournament, because there's a lot of downtime, there's a lot of waiting. That sort of thing is great for, keeping the mood light and just for hanging out and being friends with each other. But during the match, it's probably distracting you from something else that you could be focusing on that will help you win. So I would, try to focus on when you're practicing seriously and when you're playing in tournament, make sure that you're keeping the comms clean.
Chat during your match.
So from here,
I got him.
It's important to recognize that it's just you and Joe that are up. Actually, no, it's just you that's up right now. So this is a bit of a stagger.
They're only bad.
It may look by about right now that we're 3 up, but really 2 of those players are still swimming in, and one of them is still down. We're still at a disadvantage. We still don't want this fight right now.
7 exists. 7 was good.
And running in like Potts is doing here is over-aggressive. They're running into the enemy team, and this time they actually do get their Booyah Bomb shredded, unlike the first time where I was expecting that to happen.
7.
We lose this, I'm blaming Joe Tim.
Knowing that there was a crab tank behind that wall, it's actually really dangerous to throw this bomb, because if they get their aim on, they shred you before you can back up. It's very fast DPS if they keep going.
Also,
I'm sorry.
Ooh, what happened there? How did that work?
We lose this, I'm blaming Joe Tim.
Oh, you know what? I bet they walked forward and the bomb hit them in the back. That's crazy. That never happened.
Also,
I'm sorry.
Or maybe the crab tank ended. Maybe the crab tank ended and there was a bomb at their feet as soon as it ended and the armor didn't defend them. I don't know. That's crazy, because I was not expecting that to be able to get anybody.
200 is way too quick for me. I just lose then. That's why I just sabotage myself.
I do like the tri-strike to clear the tower. We just weren't quite careful enough about what was happening around us. I think that's avoidable, especially if the whole time we're throwing those things, we're backing up to create a little more space for ourselves.
So bad, I'm not
Way too much stuff just happened right there.
Behind tower,
But
T-Tech,
there was just kind of a few
tower,
things going on in front of you that made it dangerous to keep standing still.
Splatoon 7. Splatoon
Traded with
7,
the
the best.
In 2 places at once?
Joe jumping in here, I never recommend jumping this close to your base. Jumping is always a risk. You never know that maybe someone's like in there watching it. Maybe someone's in position. Most of the time, you can kind of look at the map and see, okay, there are some positions where if I jump here, I'm totally safe. But look at how much yellow ink there is directly in front of this jump. Any weapon on their team could have camped this and been sharking in ink beforehand where you couldn't see them. So jumping is unnecessary here because swimming out is almost as fast. And you're also not going to get sniped by the E-leader on landing.
Splatoon 7. Splatoon
Traded with
7,
the
the best racing
Oh
game.
gosh. Just got out of
Man, I want to see that Splatoon 7.
Watching
They don't
Splatoon 7. If
Healthy,
Splatoon 7 is out, we should stop playing Splatoon 3, guys.
Man.
A good point, a good
Is
point.
literally
Ow.
just bombing our plat.
Yeah, what else am I gonna do?
Unless Splatoons 4 through 7 are all terrible.
Gonna
There
be
is a valid
its
argument there
grace.
for not doing so. So I love the bomb off the big bubbler. Once the shield goes down right there, try to get another bomb on tower, because that's one of the only things that's in range for your team to be able to clear the tower. And it's relatively safe to go for because you're so far away from the tower. It's a chance that you have of maybe preventing them from getting this checkpoint.
I'm annoyed.
But waiting this
Gonna
long,
be
they're definitely
its
going to get
grace.
it. And also, you don't give yourself enough distance to the tower to be able to throw that up there.
I'm going up.
But now
left
you're going to be able to
side.
hit it there, and I
Yeah.
like this positioning. You're at an off angle so that they're going to have trouble dealing with the two different directions at once. But we've forgotten the cardinal rule of Splat Bomb, which is once you have thrown one, be very careful about your ink tank. They are very ink hungry, and that is one of their biggest downsides. So from here, after this many sloshes that you miss, and after having thrown the bomb and not gone into your ink, you should expect that you're going to run out of ink, and so you want escape routes a little bit sooner than this for you to drop down to the ink. If this E-leader recognizes that you're not a threat because you're out of ink, they can probably score quite a bit more in the meantime.
I can do that.
I wouldn't turn and look this way. I would be continuing to try and gather information about what's going on in front of me as I'm collecting the ink back
Why
there.
not?
No, I was meant on the other.
Easiest
Got a
thing.
wipeout?
Okay, we got a wipe.
On the other.
Easiest thing I can do
That's
all
nice.
day.
And I like that we're moving forward so aggressively now. This is
Things
what I was
that you
kind of
fo-
looking for in the previous match where I talked about
Oh,
it.
it's gonna be in space.
I hope
Start
so.
pushing
That'd be
up,
cool.
using the special. This is all really good. I like this, a lot better than what I was seeing in the previous one already. This is the kind of play I was hoping for. What happens to
I
pots?
think Splatoon 4 is gonna be in space.
I hope so. That would be cool.
Escaping to the
Not respecting the E-leader is what happens to pots. If the E-leader is in range and has line of sight, expect they're going to hit the shot every single time. At this level, there are some ways that you can make them miss shots, although most of the time they're ways that you're only going to see more mechanically skilled players using. But at a certain point, they're just going to hit those shots, and you've got to respect the E-leader. So staying out in that position, especially turning their back to the E-leader, that's really dangerous.
one place that cannot be corrupted by capitalism.
That would have been a decent time to throw a bomb and then maybe move. Spending the time sloshing. First of all, you're probably not going to hit the E-leader from this range. You might be able to, but it gives them more time seeing you standing still to be able to line up a shot and hit you here.
Not the leader.
I'm surprised that the leader doesn't go for you.
No, that means he has 10 shots, which means he has no range. It's like a bamboo.
Wait, imagine Ilya
So
right
there's a
now
lot in
with
front of
10
you. Bombs would be really good to roll right back here to try and clear out this pillow, because this is the only piece of cover that they have if they're down in this area. If you see anybody who's been in this direction, rolling a bomb there often forces them out into your teammate's line of sight, and that can be really powerful.
shots. Terrifying.
Yeah, with the range of a
Retake on
bamboo.
me.
Because
Ooh, unfortunate. We just
10
kind
shots.
of turn our aim really slowly here. If we're gonna try and like stop this player.
with the
I think we only noticed it right there.
range
So
of
now
on
it's a
me.
little too late.
every time you
Ouch.
lose, every time you
So from
jump-
here, it's important to notice that we're
Yeah,
already
because
2 down,
every
and
time
now we're the last player up. So from here, there is a very short time limit on the on any fight we're going to be able to take before 3 enemy players are going to be looking at us. From here, you might just want to like try and paint your feet and run away to the left
time
instead
you
of
lose,
especially since moving further backwards puts you into their range. If you move to the left, you're still moving away from them while also moving away from the rest of the enemy team. But moving backwards here, trying to go toward them, you just end up putting yourself into their range, and the T-Tech doesn't have to do any work to move towards you. They just get to use their faster kill time to win the fight.
Every time you gain a number, you lose range. That's how it works. 3K
Alright,
was the
and-
longest, so if you wanted more range, it'd be 1K.
But
They're using my trash strategy.
but what range would bamboo have then?
It would have E-leader range, obviously.
Oh,
Good follow-up right there, noticing that you had a teammate engaging from the front, and so all you had to do was cover the backside where they would have been safe from your teammates,
how's that
and
work?
you get that pick.
I'm fighting
And
for
now
my
you
life
get
at the
another
tower.
one right here. Phenomenal position
Ouch,
there.
I die.
Good job taking advantage of
second.
that. Now, once the crab tank gets that far away, you want to cut your losses. You're like, okay, I've got 2. I've done my job. I don't need to keep this fight going any longer. Fighting a crab tank across open ground, this is going to happen pretty much every time.
Way longer than it should have.
They probably have
Special
what you call
power
it
up,
on
be
it,
like-
yeah.
Crab tank lasts
I
a
know,
really
but,
long
like,
time.
it had already
Even though it got nerfed, it lasts a really long time.
done like the red flashy thing, so I thought it
Oh,
was
never-
about to hit.
Yeah, the red
My
flashes
experience-
last for like 3 or 4 seconds.
Never
they're
trust
a pretty
flashy
significant
thing.
proportion of the amount of time it's out.
Red flashy thing will betray you at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, as I just learned. I'm gonna go take
So many
it.
times I'm like, oh, this crab's gonna run out. And then I go
Oh,
in
gosh.
front and he blasts me with a
Got L3.
military weapon.
Also, even if it was a pretty short amount of time that the red flashing lasted, the DPS on the full speed rapid fire shots is so fast that peaking that while they have their aim on, you're probably still going to go down before the crab tank ends. So
Run out. And then I go
Oh,
in
gosh.
front and he blasts me with a
okay, that's well played, but once you get that last slosh that's going to hit them, you already want to be moving away. You don't want to be in their line of fire for any longer than that last slosh. I think you can actually duck behind cover here and not get hit by this player after that slosh comes out and be far enough away from them that you
Military
don't get
weapon.
splatted.
Oh, this T-Tech.
So there's 3 directly in front of the tower, and that's something
Don't-
I would be
don't
trying to call
pop.
out at this point. Right now, the tower is frontlining, and you never want that situation. You always want someone in front of the tower being a buffer between them and the tower. We've talked about that before, but here's another case where we're not adhering to that principle.
on my bubble. How rude. I'm gonna go kill your
Oh,
E-leader
behind you.
first.
Because again, the bubble is only going to last for 2 or 3 seconds if the enemy team is focusing it. It's there to protect you from stray shots and bombs and stuff, not to protect you from the entire enemy team engaging on it at once.
Unfortunate.
Oh, that E-leader was so weak, dude. We're just gonna push E-leader back. Oh, that's a T-Tech. Never mind.
Oh,
We're gonna
trash.
die.
Yeah, you're gonna have to back away from that. And that is the escape route that like you wanted to have painted ahead of time that I talked about earlier in the previous match. So
with
specifically
the
so that you can make this
nozzle
kind of defensive play here.
Need to get to E-leader 1K.
Ah,
Exactly.
man. I didn't think you had to back up this
Push
much
E-leader back.
at
Oh,
first.
that's a T-Tech. Never mind.
Yeah,
We're gonna
it's
die.
2 down. You probably do have to back up this much.
Fade with the
Especially since you're
nozzle
marked.
nose.
Need to get to E-leader 1K.
Man.
Exactly. E-leader point.
Big
Fade
sad.
With the nozzle nose.
Need to get
And as soon as a player goes down there, what I'm worried about, that was the splat bomb, right? That's either the T-Tech or the Junior. Those are relatively short-ranged weapons. If they're engaging on the Tri-Stringer across this open sightline, that probably means they're pretty close to it. And so I'm worried that I'm in range of one of those weapons as I come around the corner, especially since I'm marked. And if they are in range of me, they will know that I'm there, and they will immediately take the fight.
to E-leader 1K. Exactly. E-leader 0.5K.
It has
Leader
Stingray.
0.5k.
I'll play that.
If it's Stingray, oh my
I'm
god.
just gonna be so annoying.
That's funny.
Wanna get-
And Pounce goes down again, not respecting the E-leader range. I would suggest for them to, before they drop over a ledge especially, before they make that kind of commitment to put a wall at their back and not be able to back up as easily, to always take a second and like stop, look, and listen. just do what you tell kids to do when they're about to run into the street. Just hold on. Is there a car that's about to hit you? Okay, now go. That's just a good habit to have in general. With the E-leader getting a charge ready, if you go airborne, they're going to be able to see that falling through the sky, and you're not going to have the mobility until you land to be able to avoid the shot. So that's a pretty easy one for them to line up and take.
Exactly.
Just
You want to get it up spawn? No.
I've been asked, can you explain the Ninja Squid nerf buff? I understand one half of it. I don't understand the other half, and I will be looking to other videos, maybe like data miners, to explain that last part. But the nerf part to it, at least, the first nerf part, is that for about half a second, it's actually not invisible. You can't just like sub-strafe around or main strafe around and be invisible the whole time. There will actually be splashes for a short time after you start swimming. So.
Do not get out of spawn.
I got something.
No.
You want to exactly.
You want to get it up spawn? No.
So the bomb unfortunately doesn't make it there, and we have to be really careful because having thrown a bomb from right here, that's going to get a lot of people's attention, including E-Leader. See this little yellow flash up here? That's death.
Do not get out.
So if you're going to throw a bomb like that, try to immediately be moving after you throw it, because otherwise they're just going to be like, well, they're not moving. I know where they threw that bomb from, so I'm just going to shoot where they threw that bomb from.
I got something.
Astral, you have to charge your shots twice.
It got me
like,
there on...
like a heavy splatling.
Or like a stringer.
Yeah, we basically have a splatling charge, but you have to have a...
One thing that I was thinking to do for the patch was to go back before the patch got implemented and just get video of all of the things that were going to change. And then I would have video footage that I could compare to new video with the patch and do a side-by-side. That was a really good idea. I did not do that, and so I don't really have a great comparison. I think people were saying that Chara does, so I'm going to be going and looking at that myself to see exactly what some of those things mean.
Full charge to shoot. You can't even tap shot.
That
no, that's
really good.
Do I get burst bombs?
I hate that E-Leader.
You have a splatling.
Right now, we're behind, and there are only like 9 seconds left in the game. We really need to be mobilizing a push on the tower at some point here. Even at the point where we're taking fights that wouldn't be advantageous, that we wouldn't normally want to take, because if we're not on the tower in 8 seconds, we 100% lose the game. If we rush the tower recklessly with 8 seconds left and actually manage to get on top of it, there is a very small chance that we actually come back and win. It's not a great chance, and it's not a chance that you want to be taking unless you're in this kind of desperation scenario. But you gotta be taking the chance when that's the only chance you have to take. So from here, like,
have to have a full charge to shoot. You can't even...
yes, like, it's dangerous to push in there, but who else is gonna do it? Joe is behind them. Max is way too far back on the back left. Potts is just right here on top of you. Whose job is it to rush and get onto the tower right now? If it's not yours, then we need to be calling out for somebody else to do it. But really, we should probably just be rushing as many people as we can get up there and seeing if we can pull off a miracle play. The hesitation to get on the tower
here...
Do
I get burst bombs?
I hate that E-Leader.
It's just game over before it really had to be.
Here.
Okay. So, big things I would say to talk about with the team. Getting more frontline pressure so that somebody can shove the enemy team back instead of expecting flanks to come in every time would definitely be a huge plus. It seems like the way Potts is trying to play is that sort of aggressive play style, but their weapon is going to hold them back from trying to play that aggressive play style, and also they're kind of walking and shooting a little bit in positions where they're going to get hit by stuff that's longer ranged anyway. We want them playing more around cover if that's what they're going to be trying to do. If they're not trying to do that and they're trying to play the paint support method, then we want somebody else to be on a weapon that can push up, because otherwise, eventually, a team that gets used to you, that gets used to how you guys play, is going to recognize, all right, the only thing we have to worry about is getting flanked by the roller. If they aren't able to get off a roller flank, nobody else can push us, and we can just kind of do whatever we want until they get back on defense. So they're just going to over-focus Joe. They're going to look for wherever Joe's paint goes down. They're going to zero in on their position, and they're going to go for them. And I'm worried that once teams start doing that, you're not going to have a lot of offense going on at all. There are some really good moments that I'm seeing here where, like, we're setting Joe up really well. Like, the very first push you guys make in this match here is awesome. So you guys go in all at once. Joe gets in on the flank angle from the right. You throw all of your specials at the right time. You open the entire enemy team up. You go in, and that's a beautiful near team right there. That kind of play style, if you're able to pull that off consistently, that you guys are above Div 11 if you could do that. Like, that's you can definitely earn yourself a position higher up in the ranks if that sort of coordination can happen more often. What's holding you back a little bit is staggering, not recognizing when, like, you're in a dangerous situation and trying to back up from that dangerous situation. Part of being able to back up is making sure you have escape routes before you have to back up. Part of not staggering is respecting things like E-leaders or, just any weapon that kills you really quickly. Knowing where that is and where that can shoot and staying away from that or keeping cover from that. And part of it is probably weapon comp, honestly. Part of it is... I don't want to, like, discourage you guys from playing your comfort picks right now, because I think you guys will play better on the weapons that you're best with. But even, like, shifting from something like an arrow spray to something like a junior, or if you're playing more on the aggressive side, something like a 52. Little things like that don't really change the mechanics of how you're playing the weapon, but give you a better kit and, like, a more accurate, longer range weapon to work with. Little changes like that can make a really big difference. And it doesn't have to be, just switch to what's meta. But something in your team comp has to address that thing that's missing. And right now, like, seeing that as a weakness in your comp, that is something that's going to hold you back when it doesn't have to, if you guys can handle the mechanics of different weapons at about an equal level. So that'd be something to take back to the team conversation and discuss amongst each other. Something I would probably have talked about if we were able to get the others on the call, which unfortunately we weren't able to, and that's partly my fault because we were supposed to do this lesson earlier. But so I do apologize for that. But that's kind of what I would be starting to have conversations about if we were all there in the room together. So that was a lot of me talking. Do you have any questions to start with? Anything that you'd want to run by me?
Not really. I was gonna say, like, in the first match, like, we seemed to do pretty well with that one. And what I was mainly looking for that was, like, what were we doing right that allowed us to do so well in that match?
A big part of it was that Joe was having successful flanks. And that's not just, Joe's doing, like I talked about. That is also that the whole team was pushing in at the right time to enable Joe to get into those good positions and take those really easy swings with the roller. So those were coordinated super well. Like, having you and Joe going at the same time, beautiful. And I like that the way that Potts was engaging there was by using the Booyah Bomb. They're not just, like, walking forward and holding down the ZR button with the arrow spray and inviting getting sniped by the E-leader. It might be, or part of the reason that things might have gone better in the first game was that there wasn't an E-leader, and so Potts wasn't getting punished as hard for that sort of thing. There are definitely, other times where you guys are getting sniped in positions where you don't need to be sniped by the E-leader, but I think that the positioning specifically of the arrow spray, in part because it's such a short-ranged weapon, was making it especially vulnerable to that.
Okay, and then one other thing I wanted to ask, that you were talking about the specific comp we were using with the slosher and the roller not really having an effective front line that's able to push in aggressively. Do you think something like an L3 would be able to like give the comp more of that, or
I would
like...
say an L3 is less aggressive than a slosher. It's the same kind of range, so it's going to want to keep that range. Anything that wants to keep its range in order to win fights is something that's going to have to necessarily position a little bit further back, just fundamentally because that's where its weapon has an advantage. And your goal is to actually shove the enemy team forward. Well, as soon as a weapon that needs to keep its range has to push around a blind corner, it loses that range advantage against anybody who's sharking around the corner. So the weapons that are better at shoving the enemy team out are weapons that can function as good fighting weapons when they come around like a blind corner and have to splat someone really quickly. They need really fast times to kill. So the slosher and the L3 are both going to have that same kind of problem, that it's hard for you to push around a blind corner and be safe. And the L3 is going to have it even worse because they have to hit their, burst fire shots, which are difficult to aim, and they don't have a bomb that's going to help them in close quarters combat. Like, oh no, I got doinked by the side of a curling bomb. 20 whole damage. That doesn't even reduce the number of shots to kill I need. I'm pretty sure that L3 doesn't actually combo with 2 shots. Let me confirm that before I say anything, but I think it doesn't actually combo with its own curling bomb doink. That's the H3. What am I looking at? I'm looking for L3.
I know that the 4 shots adds up to 116, so you could just...
Yeah, it does not. It needs all 3 shots, even if it doinks someone with the curling bomb. See that? That was 2 shots. Oof, that's rough for it. So it has no reason to ever use that bomb in close quarters unless it's already ready for it and it's able to do something like this. And like, I've never seen that get set up to splat someone in a way that was advantageous over just shooting them. This is just like so impractical most of the time. It makes it go slower. It makes it go less far. It makes you just stand there obviously for a few seconds. Like, that's just never really worth it. And I'm of course not showing this on screen. So here's proof of concept. So that, slow and bad and silly. This does not combo. Even if you doink them with it, you're still not going to get a 3-shot. Oh, actually, okay, never mind. So it won't combo with 2 shots of it, but if you hit the 3-shot and then hit the curling bomb, okay, then you get a combo out of it. Fine. So I guess maybe that's something that you can use at close range, but that's your entire ink tank. Like, how much ink do I have left in my tank after that? Like, less than a quarter. So I'd better hit all of those shots. Yeah, you're better off at close range just being able to drop a splat bomb at your feet. Like, I'll take this over that any day. That is a really powerful close range tool. And the curling bomb is not. So, L3 would probably give you about the same problem. What we want is something with a, like, maybe high fire rate, something with fast DPS. And it doesn't have to be a shooter. It could be something like a vanilla blaster. That's something that can fill that role. It could be something like a tetradulies. It could be something like a tri-slosher. Tent can kind of accomplish that in a different way. Splatana Wiper is something that can accomplish that. So there are like a number of weapons that can kind of do that, but you need someone who's on one of them. Stamper would also be a good option for starting to try and create some space, get pushed further forward. Umbrella, if it works, if it's better. If Brella makes it back into the meta, that would totally be an option. So you've got some ideas there. It's not just like somebody has to play a splatter shot. Or somebody has to play a splash-o-matic. But we want to find something that will get us that forward pressure that we're lacking right now.
Okay, so talking more about the comp, like from what we were using in the matches to like something that would work better than that. I know that Joe likes to play Luna sometimes. So if you were to do that, would that be like an aggressive enough front lane weapon? And then what's like more of a less aggressive skirmisher type weapon that I would play that would complement that well?
Luna Blaster is a weapon that needs a lot of paint, like even more so than the roller does, because it doesn't paint very well for itself at all. Luna Blaster is going to do very similar things to the roller. It's probably going to need to flank and shark a lot. It's not going to be able to just push forward into the enemy team as much. So if you're able to, with the slosher, get someone's attention and like get them on you, and you time it well enough that the roller is able to go in and get that splat, then that can work. But the problem is that you don't have a lot of mobility with this weapon. Like, you're really relying on keeping your range with the slosher to be able to set fights up that way. It's not the best initiator. Like, I look at that slosher as a better slayer than a skirmisher because it's got such a slow fire rate. Something like a dually squelchers would be huge. Dually squelchers are very, very difficult to hard engage on, but they're very easy to like push enemy players with. So it's a good combination of being able to frontline to get your like slayers into position while still being safe and having a bomb to throw and having a good special. So it's very different mechanically, which is the big thing that might make me not might make me hesitate to recommend it to you. Because if you play sloshers, then that's going to be a completely different play style not play style. It's going to be a completely different mechanic to learn how to dodge roll, how to aim with that weapon, how to do jump tech eventually. All of that stuff is hard. And so if you're not used to that, that's something to think about. But I think in terms of play style, in terms of how you play and where you position, you would get a lot of value out of that weapon, and it would enable you to play a little bit more aggressively to push the enemy team back a little bit more.
Okay. Problem is, I just the weapons that I tend to play aren't usually the most aggressive weapons. Like, I don't really play shooters a lot. I know Joe can play T-Tech.
T-Tech would be a really solid weapon. Like, you don't even necessarily need someone who's going to be flanking constantly. If they're willing to play T-Tech and just press forward from in front, that's more of a weapon that can really shove people back. Like, you get a bunch of bombs thrown at them between the slosher and the T-Tech. T-Tech sees an opening, T-Tech goes in for it, you're able to follow up with your range. That's a good fight. I guess you do have double tri-strike that way, so it depends on whether that's something you want. I wouldn't necessarily say that's something you definitely don't want. It could be usable. There are definitely worse combinations you can have in this game. So, with the tri-strike buffs, like, I'd give it a shot.
Okay, well, that's something we could try. But if we also had Joe on T-Tech with the tri-strike, then I could play something else like like the L3 I mentioned, have a different special. Thing is, I'm not really that good with the L3, so.
Yeah, L3 is tricky. If you want a mid-ranged weapon and you don't know how to aim the L3 super well, consider the Splattershot Pro. It did get a buff in terms of its amount of paint it needs for special. It's still not great. But if you're not going to go for something like the Splash-O-Matic if you want the Crab Tank, if you're not going to go for something like the Splat Dualies, both of which I would say are the prime options for Crab Tank right now, Splattershot Pro is a very workable weapon that's going to work in a pretty similar way to what you expect. It's going to be able to play a little bit more aggressively because it has a slightly higher fire rate. You're trading a little bit of paint, not that the slosher paints that much, so you're not even losing that much for that either. The only thing you're missing there is the bomb. That's the one big downside to playing that one. You're getting a line marker, which...
Yeah. And we also haven't really said anything about clams because both of these videos were not from clams. But the thing is, our backline Max does not like playing backline at all in clams. And so what we usually do is we like our comp changes completely for that specific mode where I play the backline and Max goes to more of a supportive role, usually with something like the C Junior, and then Potts just does something that's kind of like halfway between a support and a slayer, and sometimes it works, and it's really weird a lot of the time.
It sounds like we end up with two supports there, because C Junior is not a particularly aggressive weapon. If we've got, you know, an arrow spray or something from Potts, then that's a lot of paint, but not a lot that we can do with it. It's like paint only gets you so much benefit. At a certain point, you need to be able to control space. And if, you know, painting for a special helps you do that, then that's one thing. If your main weapon can both paint and slay, then that's one thing. But arrow spray, all it's really got is the special to rely on. So you probably only want one weapon that's like that, that's like a spray shooter on a team for that reason, because it's just those weapons are going to fold as soon as they get pushed by anything with any amount of range on the front lines. And you're going to lose a lot of pressure that way. So
yeah, that's the problem, is like neither Max nor Potts really like to play aggressive weapons, but Max also doesn't like to play backline and clam specifically. So I'm pretty comfortable with backline in any mode. So I take up that for clams. But then we only have one person who's really able to play that aggressively, and it leaves us with two people who are really more suited for support roles.
Have you considered running anchorless?
We haven't.
That is definitely a thing. Like, and you can make it even more of a thing in this game, in that the Splash-O-Matic can become a backliner whenever it wants to. So that's one option you have, because that's what a lot of top teams are doing right now. Like, a lot of teams don't run an anchor. They just run 3 Splash-O-Matics, because one of them's going to have Crab Tank at some point. So you've basically always got a Hydra on the map, right? Combined with an Explo. So that's one idea. Another idea is just, no, we don't even need anyone to act like a Hydra Explo. We just are going to hold forward and play more aggressively and more quickly. And then something like a midline weapon, like you'll see things like a Nautilus playing this sort of a role, where they're acting like a backline, but they have the range of a more aggressive weapon. So that's something that you can do to keep the pressure up. So maybe you run like a Nautilus as an anchor and have that pushing up a little bit more with the front line, so it can help in those fights where other weapons might not be able to push around the corners to get in there. What else am I seeing in that role? Rapid Blasters can do that. Sloshers can kind of do that. Sorry, were you going to suggest something?
Oh yeah, you mentioned Rapid Blasters. I was gonna say, like, when you say Rapid Blasters, are you including both of them as in Rapid Pro as well?
Yeah, Rapid and Rapid Pro.
I've tried Rapid Pro as kind of like a backline-ish sort of weapon in clams.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is. Like, it was a weapon that was used a lot in Splatoon 2 for a few reasons. Number one, it was absolutely a menace against E-Leaders because it had a splash wall. So it would just, like, put up the splash wall. Now the E-Leader can't one-shot it, and now it can just hit up over the walls at it and push it completely out of position. And number two, it got ink armor.
You mean to tell me there is a blaster with splash wall and ink armor in Splatoon 2, and I didn't know about it?
Yeah. That was a thing. And it was kind of nuts.
I 100% would have played that if I had known. The thing is, I avoided Rapid Pro in Splatoon 2 because I was used to playing it Splatoon 1, where it was slow, and I tried playing it in Splatoon 2, like, in the early days. Not the early days of the game, but, like, the early days of when I played it, and I didn't like it very much because of how slow it was. And then I picked it up in Splatoon 3, and I'm like, oh, this thing actually isn't half bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rapid, like, the main weapon is great. I think it's held back a little bit by its kit, but with Tri-Strike being improved, that might be worth reconsidering. Inkvac has not been a super high priority special most of the time. It's like a very niche situational pick that you see sometimes on like tower control or maybe certain clan blitz maps. But it's not something that I would like make a game plan of running as my base standard comp. Because Inkvac has a lot of vulnerabilities. There are only certain situations where it's going to give you any benefit anyway. And I think there are a lot of other specials that you can make work and get value out of in more different situations. So it's less of a forcing of a square peg in a round hole kind of problem.
Okay. So, okay, yeah.
So those are some ideas to mess around with. Hopefully some of that is helpful.
Definitely.
I personally am a massive Aerospray hater. I've gone on record, I try when I talk about it to just talk about specifically what weaknesses I see in it and like what I'm seeing is being a problem for you guys like in the comp at that moment. But I definitely think that a more aggressive short range shooter for pots would be the way to go, and to get them playing a little bit more aggro if they're not trying to play like a supportive play style. I love that like they're throwing booyah bombs at good times here and getting them on a weapon that is more effective with its booyah bomb that can do more than just throw booyah bomb. I think would be huge. Sloshing Machine is definitely getting a downgrade this patch, but I still think it's going to be solid enough to run it if you really want the Booyah Bomb. Could also consider running Forge Pro for the Booyah Bomb. Like, there are some other ideas if that's a special you really need. And putting them on something that's going to allow them to push forward into fights, I think will be helpful with the way that they've been pushing forward aggressively on this weapon that's not good at pushing forward aggressively.
Yeah. Thing is, they really just like the Aerospray, so... But, I mean, they can also play, I think, Zap. Or they have in the past.
If they can play Zap, they can play Splash. Very, very similar main weapons. And if they can play Zap, they can probably get used to Splatter Shot. So those are already things that, like, if that's in their weapon pool, then any of that range of weapons is in their wheelhouse, and they just have to learn about the rest of the kit.
Yeah. Because I do tend to find that, like, they tend to play pretty aggressively while having a weapon that doesn't really do aggression well.
Mm-hmm. I think part of that, as players, we all went through a phase where there was a weapon that we chose because it was easy to at least hit some shots with. Like, this is why everybody picks Clash Blaster early on. It's just got these absolutely massive hitboxes where even if you completely miss, you still do at least a little damage. And at lower levels, that ends up helping us because we're not great at hitting shots at all. So being able to do any amount of damage gives us higher DPS than players who are missing all of their shots and doing no damage. And so we kind of get into this mindset that, oh, if it has a lot of spread, that means that I hit more shots. But you guys are getting to the level where you're actually going to start wanting more accuracy. And that's actually going to be helping you with hitting your shots more than having that amount of spread. So it might be that kind of thing where they're used to playing weapons that don't aim as cleanly. Although NZAP definitely is a notable exception to that theory and might be, enough to disprove it there. But put like a 52 in their hands or a splatter shot in their hands for a day or two and just see how they like the main weapons, because those things splat a lot faster and they also have a lot more range. That might be just the ticket for helping you guys get in a little bit more effectively, give more paint for the roller still, but also have someone else who can push in aggressively to support the roller in fights, who's not going to be, weighing their decision to push in very carefully like the slosher is going to have to.
Right. And I I feel like it's also only fair to ask, like we've been talking about other weapons that pots can play. So what are like some other weapons that might work well for Joe or for me to play that are like similar to play to the weapons that we would normally play?
Gotcha, yeah. So we already talked for you about dually squelchers. Rapid blaster might be up your alley if you're playing, as far back as you do.
Yeah, I can play Rapid Blaster. I tend to want. I thought of the Slosher as being like a more aggressive weapon than the Rapid
I would
Blaster.
say it definitely is. So, if you're trying to play, more like the playstyle you are playing, which is relatively passive, throwing a lot of bombs, then that's the direction I would be going in. If you're trying to play more aggressive and be like kind of a midline Slayer type, Forge Pro is honestly not a bad call. I'm trying to come up with something that's like not super mechanically complex to learn, that's different from what you play. Sloshing Machine would also be up there. Sloshing Machine can play relatively aggressively. Both of those would be options that, while the machine is actually a little bit slower to push up, it has a mobility sub, which can make it a little bit quicker, and you can lock the enemy team out a little bit more aggressively. So you're not going to be able to like hold forward as hard as you can on the Slosher, but you are going to be able to take space a little bit more effectively than you can on the Slosher. And so I think that can make up for it and allow it to play more aggressively effectively, even though it's a different kind of aggression, but I think it could still work there. So Forge, the Sloshing Machine, what else? Rapid Blaster we talked about. H3 was something you said you had on tap.
L3.
Splatana Wiper is very different, but if you're looking for a little more aggression but you want to keep your range, that's actually an idea. Because it's going to play from relatively far back and be able to get a lot out of spamming torpedoes, but it's also got the mobility to be able to move in and take fights with the rest of the team. So that's a thought. You could also go for something like the Splatana Stamper. So again, keeping your range, having combo potential, being able to apply pressure, but also being able to dive when you want to.
Except for the fact that I can't use Zipcaster, so.
Gotcha. And then Nautilus for a sort of pseudo backline, somewhat supportive kit, but also having a weapon that can absolutely pop off. And if it gets into a fight in a position it likes, it can shred things. And it got a massive buff in terms of its the amount of time it can fire after charging in patch recently.
I haven't actually really tried the Nautilus at all. How similar would you say it is mechanically, just the main weapon, to a heavy?
If you can play heavy, then you're going to be a lot further ahead than most people trying to pick up the Nautilus. It is going to be a lot different because the charge time is different, the range is different, so you have to position differently to get the biggest impact out of it. And it also has the charge hold mechanic that you have to get used to. So it's very different in terms of splatlings, but it is a splatling, and that's something that you can at least fall back on and kind of get back under your fingers again.
Right.
The Nautilus's big play is it sharks somewhere where it's safe, pops out from behind a corner and deletes someone at relatively long range, and then backs up behind the corner again.
So Nautilus doesn't play like a backline; it plays more aggressively, like kind of a midline.
It plays a lot more aggressively. Yeah, it's more of a midline weapon than it is a backline weapon, but it can play that sort of anchor role on more aggressive comps. We saw that a lot in Splatoon 2.
Okay, so that would be a good one to consider using for clans, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. And then what about like more aggressive, less flanking heavy weapons for Joe?
So if we're trying to just run at someone in front, so I would definitely consider Carbon Roller Deco first of all, because Carbon Deco has burst bombs that you can poke with from a distance. So even if you're getting locked out, you're still having an impact, and that's one major benefit of that weapon over the Splat Roller. You also have the Trizuka if you need to like snipe an E-liter before you go in. So that is, I would say, the better of the ambush rollers right now. It is more mechanically intensive, though, because it forces you to learn the flick into burst bomb combo, or vice versa, whatever it is at the time that you need. Short-range blasters, like, if he plays Luna, like, V-Blaster is also an option if you still want that bubbler that you get with the Splat Roller, but you want to use a blaster instead, have a little bit more range. Ability to hit up over stuff from a little further away. That could be an idea. I mean, short-range shooters, so Splash, T-Tech, 52 Gal, Splatter Shots, Tri-Slosher, Tetradulies, those are all really, really high aggro, like, get on top of them and murder them kind of weapons. And a lot of those are going to have a little bit better pushing power, I would say, overall, than something that is so reliant on sharking. Like, the Splatter Shots can paint for themselves, for example. The Splatter Shots, the Splashes, the 52s. The Tri-Slosher is going to be a little bit more of that sharking play style, but at least it's got a little bit more range, and it can make plays happen with the Inkjet from underneath ledges. So that's an idea, and that would give you a little bit more range under some circumstances. Tetradulies don't even care about paint. They can just roll into enemy ink if they want to. So all of those are very aggressive weapons that would all be options for someone who's used to playing that sort of sharking play style. You could also consider brushes. I didn't think about those, but that's a similar option that lets you skirmish a little bit and cause, some ruckus. Still short range, still attacks them from right up front, but also has some bombs. You can throw splat bombs and throw killer whales out there when you need to help other teammates in fights. If they want to shift to a more supportive role, they could also consider the Flingza, where they'd still be able to make some sharking plays, but they'd also be able to paint and fire missiles to set their teammates up. So if they ever want to shift back a little bit, that would be very similar mechanically, even though it would be a bit of a different play style for them to get used to. I always like to recommend weapons that are like either similar in play style or similar in mechanics. So even if they're somewhat different, you at least have something that you don't have to like be learning from the start.
Right. And if I remember correctly, I think that they may have actually played Flingza previously, but I can't really remember. So
okay.
I just know that they normally like to play like that aggressive Slayer role. They regularly get like by far the most kills on the team. They're definitely like the aggressive frontline player of the team.
Much more niche and less recommended weapons that they could also consider would be Dapple Doolies and the Sploosh. I don't think the Sploosh has that good of a kit. I think that the Dapples are a little bit underwhelming in most modes, but there's a niche for Dapples as a support weapon in Rainmaker. And the V-Dapples, I don't know, maybe if these Reef Slider buffs do something, then it could be a viable torpedo weapon. But that would probably be my set of recommendations for them.
Okay, good thing to consider. I also, another thing, I have tried playing Squiffer in zones specifically, because I thought that it would be like a good weapon to be able to hold, like not hold zone, but like if we had zone and we had like paint control of mid, to be able to have the range to lock people out of zone and also have a bubble to be able to help with that. In theory, that was my idea.
So the Squiffer is going to be as good as you are at hitting shots, basically. If you can hit your shots on that thing, then you're really dangerous. And if you can't, the kit is not going to help you at all with hitting those shots. There is no extra chip damage you can do with it. You're completely reliant on being able to hit those one-shots reliably. So it's a big kind of risk on your part to want to go for it just because there's nothing else that's propping it up. But if you're good at hitting those shots, then it can definitely pop off in the right circumstances. And the Big Bubbler is good for holding zones.
Okay. And do you think that that plays like that can fit the role of like a less aggressive than a front line, but also like kind of supports the front line and doesn't play like a full support or full backline role,
Yeah.
basically like
Yeah, I think that's in about that sort of niche.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that like I had the right idea when I was like thinking about how I was going to use it.
All right, Kitty is gone now. All right. Do you have any other questions that you would like to go over? We have a few minutes left, and then I want to go and finish up the patch notes, but also I need to get some food.
Okay, yeah, I think you covered plenty, and I appreciate it. And I'm gonna go and I'm going to get all of us to try out these things that you suggested, and I'm probably going to end up doing another one of these in the future.
Awesome. Appreciate it. All right. Well, thank you so much, and I hope you and your teammates get a lot out of this, and best of luck in Ludy. Looking at the way you guys are coordinating in some of these situations, I bet you guys can make it further than Div 11. I think you guys are higher up than that at the end of the day. So go get some results and show people that you need a smaller number.
That's okay. That's reassuring, I guess. We are preparing for Loink next week.
Awesome. Yeah, good luck with that. Those events, like they cut off the top players and the mid-level players there, but those can still be pretty brutal for brand new teams. So
yeah, because Loink is still like up to Div 5 or something like that. So
right. So be ready to get through some matches and to make sure that you're keeping team morale up. That's really important in long tournaments like that. Like if you get frustrated about losing something, make sure that you're not passing that on to the rest of your team with the way that you're, on comms, by falling silent, like those kinds of things. That can really hurt a tournament run. Make it so that it only takes one set to really like break your spirit and make it so you're not playing your best anymore. So
yeah,
definitely make sure to keep it light, especially in between matches. Obviously, during games you want that intensity, you want that focus on the match rather than kind of joking around about what's happening while we're getting shot at. But in between,
yeah, that
I do
want to say, like, in retrospect, that second match where we were just like talking about literally anything that didn't relate to the match, I recognize that, and I see that is really not what we should have been doing. So I'll try and do the best of my part to make sure that we're staying focused on the match at hand while we're in a match, because I do recognize the importance of that. I think we did a much better job of that in the first match than in the second one.
Yeah, I would agree. All right. Well, like I said, good luck, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
All right. So we are done with our lessons, but I've got the patch notes to finish up. And I'm also going to go and at least start getting some dinner ready. I don't know if I'm going to actually eat it on stream, but I will at least get it going so that as soon as it's available, I've got some food. Because, man, I am starving. And I just went grocery shopping today, and I am excited to put those things in my stomach. So I'll be right back, and maybe if I can snag Romeo, I'll show him to the camera for 3 seconds against his will before he wriggles out. That's the goal here. In the meantime, though, here, have Darwin. Here's the kitty. He does not like this, but I will show him off to you for a few seconds because he will tolerate it for that long. Mwah. And now I will free him. Okay. Hi, chat. I have not had much of an opportunity to talk to you guys today. Romeo, chat loves you. I just want you to know that. How's it going? I apologize if there were like a bunch of questions that were going through chat that I just didn't have time to address because it was just like I was trying to give, you know, full amount of time to all of the people who were on stream, but also that last VOD review there, I screwed up earlier and like got the time really wrong, and they were actually supposed to have that lesson a lot earlier, so it was very kind of them to allow me the flexibility to reschedule it to after this stream for them. And I wanted to make sure that not only was I giving everyone the full time that they deserved and not, you know, spending some of their time on tangents and stuff, but I also had the time limit that I wanted to make sure that I was starting their lesson on time and not taking the other lessons over so that I bled into their time. So, yeah, I was trying to just kind of speed run through a lot of information all at once. But... Cat spotted. Thank you, Anime Hero. That's very kind of you. New job loaded? Are congratulations in order that you got a new job, or am I misreading that? Anyway, today I played X Battle for the first time, got a power of 1900. Wanted to know how good is that in comparison to other players? You are better than the players who are at 1700 and worse than the players who are at 2100. I have a video, Diamond Star, called The Problem with Get Good. And the issue that I raise in that video is that the word good doesn't mean anything. Good means something if you have something that you know is bad, and you can be like, oh, it's not that, so it must be good. But, like... Some people will tell you that, oh, wow, you're 1600? That's really good. And then some people will be like, if you're not 3100 plus, then you're trash. What does it mean? What does the word good mean? If those are the numbers that different people will say those things about. So, I mean, I can tell you that I tend to be in, like, the 20... I haven't really gotten a rotation where I've really tried my hardest to shove my X power up. I feel like I can do better than like the 2350 that I think is my highest so far. Because I was able to hit that kind of number in Splatoon 2 when the scores were less inflated than they are in Splatoon 3. So like I don't think that this is my peak at all. But if you want something to compare yourself to, right now my highest power is like 2350. I couldn't tell you what, you know, a lot of players are at different divs. I guess what I could do is kind of put a poll together and be like, what division are you in? What's your highest X power? And just kind of get a graph and chart those. That could be an interesting kind of... just get as many different ways that you can test your skill level. And put those all on a graph. That could be something. Kitty is being adorable right now. I wish I could show you guys. He's curled up with his little paws like this, and he's looking up at me. It's great. Also, like, let's say you're Melon. Okay, let's say you're like one of the best Japanese solo queue players of all time. For you, 3100 sucks because you can hit 3700 regularly. Like, Also, it seems like the score, the ceiling is constantly increasing. Because my understanding is that if you win the series, you're going to gain points regardless of how easy those matches were to win in Splatoon 3. So it feels a little less demoralizing to like win everything and get like plus 0.2, plus 0.2, minus 10 for the one match that you lost. So that inflation, that extra 10 points that maybe you didn't actually earn according to the Glico system, but that they're giving you because it feels bad otherwise, maybe over time, you know, it's just a measure of how long you've played, how long you've been grinding it, and that you should be able to just push it up and push it up and push it up when you're at that level. And there is no really meaningful score that you can get once you're up above maybe like that 3,500, 3,600 kind of range. I don't know. It's hard to say. Want a point of reference with X Power. Yeah. And I don't know exactly where that falls. Like, because solo queue doesn't really align very closely with Ludy division, with like the skill that your team is at. For one thing, if you team with players who are more mechanically skilled than you, they can kind of carry you. But for another thing, once you get into a team environment, mechanical skill isn't all that matters. Like, you can still be a significant asset to the team with leadership skills, with organization. You know, just keeping your team on a good practice schedule is making them better, right? That's something that's really hard to measure in solo queue. So all of those things outside of the game matter. But also, mechanical skill isn't everything in-game. You can be a good shot caller. You can have really good decision-making that puts you into fights that are easier to win, so you don't need better mechanical skill to beat other players. So it's really hard to kind of judge. Yeah, sorry, the command doesn't work on YouTube. I'm trying to remember to take the command out of the YouTube link, or the YouTube title, so that it's only in the Twitch title, because that's where it works. But I might as well talk about it. So HelloFresh has sponsored me for the month from... It's kind of an awkward month. It's like January 12th to February 12th or something. But I'm doing a campaign to try and get subscriptions to HelloFresh, and in exchange, they are paying me money. And that's kind of cool. And so I've got a unique code that's showing up on screen right there. It starts with POG, which I think is kind of PogChamp. And if you put that in when you sign up for HelloFresh, you get a pretty massive discount on at least the first few boxes. I know that the discount changes, like the more boxes you get, the more the discount decreases over time. But that first box, it comes out to like $3.79 or $3.99 per meal, which is less than separate groups that I've gone and researched have calculated groceries cost. Like, I'm seeing that like groceries are typically like $5.26 or something per serving, and so this is like cheaper than groceries to get this box of HelloFresh food if you use my code. So the way I see it is like, I haven't tried HelloFresh yet. I've got an unboxing stream that I'm going to be doing later on this week where I get to see how it tastes and stuff. But if you've ever wanted to try HelloFresh and you also like my channel and want to support me, if you subscribe, I get a lot of money for you subscribing. So that's my pitch. That's what I got for you guys. I'm not a huge fan of marketing and stuff, and so it always makes me feel awkward to talk about it. But there it is. It's on screen. If you're interested, you can make that little bar at the bottom of the screen go up. It takes a little while. I'm told it takes like a few hours for that to update. So actually, like, there may be like 7 people who have gone and done that during the stream, and I would not know. It's not great that it takes that long, but I guess there's probably some processing involved, and there's probably no way around it. So it's whatever. But it's neat. See, you can make bar go up. You can make number go up, and that's all that we really want as gamers, isn't it? So. Did you get these groceries with HelloFresh? Oh, the ones that I bought today? No, because my first box hasn't come in yet, and it actually might delay the first stream because I ordered a little bit on the late side. So like on the previous stream, I went and looked at all of the different menu options, and I picked out the ones that I'm going to be getting for the stream that's coming up, which is my unboxing stream, where I make the food and try it for the first time on stream, and I show you what's in the box and talk about, you know, the process of making it. They recommend that you do a cooking stream. I don't have the equipment to do that, but, you know, that's the kind of thing that they'll do with their sponsored people. So I'll be finding out how much I like it when it comes in then, and then we'll see. But it's on its way. What do you think about the Dynamo buff? I don't see it making much of a difference. Tacticooler buff is probably more significant for the Dynamo than the Dynamo's main weapon buff. But the main weapon buff, someone told me was that its splash range on the previous patch with its vertical flick to get the one-shot damage. So you can one-shot from about here. Okay, 99.9, close enough, right? And the splash, it's not getting the X, but it's still hitting fall-off damage from here. So it only moved maybe like this much. Like if it was exactly splash range, it's here, and it moved to here. That's not a huge buff. So I don't know. And maybe it was a little bit further forward than just splash range. It doesn't seem to have been especially significant, although with rollers, it's hard to tell. Because, like, with rollers, range is damage is range. The closer you get, the more damage you do, so you buff that, and you effectively buff its range that it can hit at and be safe from. So that might make a difference. We'll have to see. Tail end of the capitalism stream. Yeah, I'm only really contracted to do 2 of the streams, but I'm supposed to keep these... like the link up and the branded banners and stuff like that up during all that time. So like people are gonna ask questions, and then so I'll just explain it anyway. And you know, now that's more advertising, I guess. But also it's advertising that makes me money, so whatever. I will advertise for that noble purpose. Thoughts on the Nautilus buff? I already thought Nautilus was kind of nice, but let's see how it feels, because I haven't touched it yet. That feels longer. That feels a lot longer. Oh my god, I'm doing it. How many targets can I hit for you that time? That's almost enough shots to hit a consistent quad if you're hitting everything. Oh my god, yeah, you could totally do that if you were aiming like Leafy can aim in that one clip I have. That seems like a lot. Like 15%? Think about like 15% of the amount of time for a weapon that splats as fast as the Nautilus does. Like, that's a lot. I don't know, man. I feel like we should be paying more attention to this weapon than we currently are. And especially if this gets a really good kit. Yo, Lumo with the raid. Thank you so much for the raid, Lumo. I don't have the notifs turned on in a way that I can hear raid messages, but thank you so much for coming in. Lumo Phoenix is primarily a Salmon Run player who is very smart and very cool and pog, and has been on the stream before as a kind of guest lecturer for Salmon Run questions. So if you're interested in particular in Salmon Run, but also just in like cool new Squid friends to go and watch on stream, definitely recommend. I know you don't specialize in chargers. But full of information. I want to try out Bamboo, but I'm not sure which mode it's strongest in. I've heard Tower, it's really good. Bamboo doesn't seem like an especially mode-dependent weapon to me. It's there to control space. I mean, it's got the Killer Whale, so Killer Whale is going to be good on modes where the Killer Whale is good, where you want to do like single target damage to someone, where you want to start fights. I don't know. Killer Whale is also really multi-purpose. I don't feel like you need to think too much about the map mode for this, like as much as you would for something like a blaster. It's not the best painter, I guess. It's good to have like a fizzy bomb with this weapon, like it had in Splatoon 2, so it can compensate a little bit for the paint. It's not the worst paint, but it's not the best either. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Nautilus having the extended time. If that carries into Salmon Run, then that's also going to be really beneficial for them. That'd be cool. So yeah, that's exciting. Let's see. I don't really have a sense of how bad this ink consumption is going to be. Ooh. That's not a lot of sloshes. Hold on. How many from a full tank? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11. Not even 11, just 10. That's relatively low. Because, like, you're not going to be spending most of your time in-game on a full tank. You got to be very careful with this. Like, this is a weapon that's sometimes 3 shots, too. I can definitely see this weapon being taken down a peg by this nerf. Like, oh, wow. That's a little yikes for the machine mains out there. It's still going to be solid, but it's running out of ink that early. That's a lot of downtime you got to worry about. I'm definitely feeling the ink consumption nerf. And I didn't even play this weapon that much. A lot of the other buffs and nerfs, I'm like, it's probably there, yeah. Somebody who plays this weapon will know. I am not someone who plays this weapon. But, yeah, this is a little rough. Gear dependency time, yeah. The LDE is definitely going to come back in full force for this weapon. It's going to want it. Should have been the splash. It's interesting that the shooters happen to not have ink efficiency problems. Like, I guess maybe like 96 kind of gets close, but like most of them just have really full tanks. Like, I wonder why they haven't experimented with just making a shooter that doesn't fire, that like have shots that take up a lot of ink. They've always been strong. Like, it'd be a good like downside to include in them that they've just never had. Oh, that's true. Pro does have ink problems. And we can see where it landed that. Isn't that Pro's job? You're right, you're right. Let's see what the Nova paint's like. That's something that got changed. Oh, wait. And I think it also got a points to special buff. That's better. It's still not phenomenal, but it's better. Like, how big are the splashes shots when they paint? Yeah, they're actually fairly small. It just paints so fast. Like, it has fires so many of them. It makes up for it. Okay. So yeah, that's definitely not bad. And then what's the Pro like for comparison? That's another good comparison to make. Okay, that's pretty comparable now. So yeah, I feel like the Nova now... I'm still not sure its niche is good enough, but it has the niche of, I am trying to paint for Killer Whale a lot. That's kind of what it's there for now. Thoughts on T-Tech with the triple X strike buff? I feel like this weapon is going to be, like, it was already getting played at top level. I feel like T-Tech is going to be pretty close to a top level meta comp choice now. Like, I don't know if it's going to dethrone the Splash, because the Splash crab did not get that many nerfs, and the Splash didn't get any nerfs. Still good. Still good. Yeah, Nova will always be weak, I think, as long as it fights as badly as it does. Because, an Aerospray paints really well, better than the Nova does. Aerospray is still really weak at fighting. What's the Ninja Squid change like? So, I've figured out part of it. I haven't figured out all of it. So let's zoom this in enough that we can see it well. So, the first part I understand. When you have Ninja Squid on, and you're just, like, swimming around, and, like, strafing around, I should say, every time you come up out of the ink, there is a half second where there are splashes again. So your splashes aren't gone the entire time. So this is what the splashes look like when they're not there. If you're moving around a lot, you can see, after I come out of the ink and go back in, the splashes are there for a short amount of time again. So what they're doing is nerfing it as a tool for taking short-range fights, while maintaining its ability to close the distance against longer-ranged weapons without being seen. Now, the second part of it I don't understand as well, and I'm hoping for maybe an explanation from maybe like a Prochara video or a data miner to be able to wrap my head around it. It says, using the gear ability swim speed up at the same time will no longer result in one of these abilities being canceled. I don't know, because, like, if they just canceled out, then I don't see why running a certain amount of swim speed would be what it takes to counteract a certain amount, to counteract the debuff of Ninja Squid. Because that's how it works. If you want to turn a lightweight weapon with Ninja Squid into a or if you want to turn if you want to give a lightweight weapon Ninja Squid, then it takes 4 subs of swim speed up to turn it into a midweight weapon. That's the comparison there. But it takes more to turn it back into a lightweight weapon to completely counteract it all. So that was at least the calculation in Splatoon 2. I don't know if the numbers are different now. But so I don't know, because it's scaled. It was never like a one-to-one thing. So I'm not sure exactly how that works. I'll have to test it out with different amounts of swim speed and see like what the difference ends up being. Wiki says it will no longer apply a 20% penalty to swim speed up. Oh, so swim speed up itself was getting nerfed. So they're buffing the move speed while nerfing the ability to hide with it, basically. So it's like, it's a side grade. It's not an upgrade, it's not a downgrade, is what I'm getting from this. I do want to look down at the rest of this stuff, but I also have to go and check on food real quick. I'll be right back. All right. Used to be that Ninja Squid both reduced base swim speed by 20% and reduced the efficacy of swim speed up. That latter interaction's been removed, so now your swim speed up works better now. Cool. So swim speed up, combined with Ninja Squid, has become a stronger pairing. I don't know. I'm cool with the change. I don't think it's gonna ruin Ninja Squid. I didn't have a huge problem with it being so invisible before, though, because I think you kind of needed that on a lot of weapons just to be able to compete against things like E-Leader. I think this is a significant E-Leader buff, because the E-Leader is going to be able to see people who are running away and be able to track them where they're going to go. So I'm not sure how I feel about that. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Ninja Squid is cool. Like, I feel like nerfing it, it's not like polarizing the game. It's not a problem for the game. It's not unfun to play against. It really makes you a lot more aware. It forces you to look more carefully at things. And it still had counterplay, even in the state that it was in. So I don't know that it needed a nerf, per se, but I mean, I'll take the swim speed buff, I guess. I'll still probably be using it. So it'll be nice to be able to move faster. And being able to, I will say, being able to move fast across longer distances without being seen, that is a significant improvement for the team's tempo in the game, for being able to swim into positions and take those positions sooner. I think that's cool. Because, like, before, there was a debate, do we want to run Ninja Squid if it's going to mean that we get into mid slower? But now, there's more of a discussion with that, because the getting into mid slower part is less of a big deal. Be interesting to see how that goes. As a player new to the series, how would you build a sloshing machine now with this change? What I would do is I would keep track of sendu.inc/builds. And see what better players than me do on a weapon that they play more than I do. That is my lame but much more useful answer to that question. Okay. So changes to the main adjustments to the main weapons were made to lessen the impact on some of the weapons from Splatoon 2, where the increased performance of the gear ability was negated in Splatoon 3. Okay, so they're trying to get weapons that needed MPU back into a better place because they got effectively nerfed by MPU not being in Splatoon 3. Mitigating the issue where players would lose sight of each other when shooting at each other from a relatively short distance. That didn't feel like a super big problem to me, but maybe it was a problem at other levels of play that the game is balanced for, because that is something to consider, and it's important. There are a lot more people in C rank than there are in X rank. Reduce the amount needed to fill special gauges for some weapons within that group. Strengthen some frequently used short-range weapons to increase player options. To increase player options. What they're trying to say here is to get people to play something other than Splash-O-Matic. I think that's what they're looking for there. I think that's what that means. For those who don't know, at top levels of play right now, people are running like 3 Splash-O-Matics on team comps. It's typically 2 or 3 of them. If you're running 1, that's an off-meta composition. Lots of bug fixes. I looked through these. There are some helpful things for like fixing Brella shields, but most of it's just like weird little things you would probably never encounter. I hope maybe a wave breaker like looks closer to the way that it should actually aim at, but I don't know. They did finally fix the Eel Tail Alley roller glitch, so that it will not cause a slowdown if you attack that spot with the big swig. Thank goodness, because that was annoying and just griefing in its purest form. So I'm glad that's gone. There were a lot of these fixed an issue that caused the score to not change smoothly in certain areas with like objectives. So I guess there were ways that the score would like jump up randomly, and they're trying to just make it smooth out a little bit so that your progress actually gets represented well. Some unintended walls, and so there's probably some like movement glitches that they found that nobody's really using because they're not super useful. Fixing a don't retreat problem is nice, but I don't know. Not too much else here that I think is super interesting for balance reasons. There's some salmon run changes. Fixing comm errors is always good. Prevented bombs launched by a steelhead to disappear properly when it was defeated by dealing damage to its torso. Interesting. Low tide. Damage to its torso. So you're talking like a Grisco slosher or something? That's weird. Well, hello there, cat. He's in my lap now. Issue in recon where game controls would not work. Issue when playing with the timer that a player was splatted, the photo pose would remain as if... Those are just like photo mode, job history, and Grisco terminal, and making some controls not work. Okay, yeah, so those are all just bug fixes. That's not a huge deal there. All of the stuff that pertains to balance is up here. So, all right. Overall thoughts on the patch. I have not played a single game on it yet, so there's only so much that I can say about it without further experience. But here are my predictions that I look forward to be proven wrong in the future. Crab Tank is still going to be extremely strong, and I think the meta is still going to revolve around it, especially now that one of its counters, the Sloshing Machine, has been nerfed to the point where I think it's definitely significantly worse. So I don't think that's going away anytime soon. I think it needs another very significant nerf. Because, taking away 11% of its duration, 1 second out of 9 seconds is 11%. That is a significant nerf. I think it needed a second significant nerf, though. I think it needs, I would like a ranged nerf. That would be nice so that it can't control choke points as well as it can right now. That would force you to be a lot more particular about where you position it. And make it a lot easier to stay away from when it's opening up across open turf. But you could nerf its defensive capabilities in the ball form so that it's more vulnerable and can be killed more easily. People are already learning how to put a lot of pressure on it with other different options. You could nerf its armor so that it gets shredded even more easily. Oop. That's the cat alarm. It's time for me to feed my cat. So there are a lot of ways that you could nerf it. I think it needs a little bit more than that to stop boxing everything else out of the meta. I think this is going to be a phenomenal game state for the 10-attack splatter shot. I think it's going to surpass the vanilla splatter shot because its one biggest weak point, the special that it has, got a really, really big nerf. I think that Tri-Strike, everyone who plays a Tri-Strike weapon or passed up on a Tri-Strike weapon because they weren't thinking about it before should reconsider now that the patch has made big strides for Tri-Strike. I feel like that could be strong again. I'm disappointed that there are no Zipcaster buffs or Inkjet buffs. I want more weapons that have Inkjet, but we're not adding new content on this patch, so that makes sense. Everything else is yeah, that's nicer for that weapon. I'm keeping an eye on the Nautilus. That's one of those things that you could start seeing. We could start seeing a little bit more Nova just because it's going to get killer whales faster. And we're definitely going to see more Splatter Shot and 52 because they decided to give those buffs probably to try and make it look like there are other options than Splash, even though that's definitely going to be favored. They also buffed the dualies. It feels like they're just trying to buff every direct competitor with the Splash-O-Matic to try and make it look like the game is more balanced than that is right now. But I think Splash is still going to be really strong. It's still going to be something that every, short-range shooter, aggressive weapon is going to have to consider. And they nerfed Splatana Wiper for some reason. I don't know why. And also the Ninja Squid change is also pretty big. That's what I've got. I am probably going to actually sign off for now. I just wanted to finish up talking about the patch notes because I had started them earlier and had not. And that's part of what's in the title. I want everyone to be able to see that. So thank you, everybody, for watching. I am going to send us over to another Splatoon streamer that I have not chosen because I never remember to think that far ahead. We're going to go and raid Nicolini. Nicolini was actually in our chat earlier. Talked about them before, gave him a shout out. But Nicolini is very funny man who makes Squid go zoom. is also very good tri-stringer player and was a top 500 level bamboo player in Splatoon 2. So lots to learn about this particular weapon from them. So let's go and say hi to Nicolini. School is out in in a few seconds, but we're all just standing by the door waiting for the bell anyway. Class is over. You know the drill. See you next time, everyone. Thanks for watching.